The longer they be here, they have nothing to fear because we've almost solved. Fall back to sleep, fall back to sleep, fall back to sleep with dream machine, fall back to sleep, lucid dreams. Use the fall back to sleep dream machine is the flickering of light on your closed eyelids.
This is
after a few minutes.
Video plays on the grid.
It creates a light show behind your eyelids because your brain thinks it's sleeping. Sculpt God to get video of God as the focus. This time, asking.
It's also
travel pilot folks sculpting God with lucid dreams as a monitor. Record your hand movements and descriptions. Info will be compiled to create an image and video of God. The act of sculpting the light blade to form God will give us info needed to create models of it'll be pretty close, you know, especially within the re-referencing of describe what features your sculpting, and that'll really do it. Purchase live views of live angles of the compiling process, etc. Particles throughout time to the source. Apollo earned us the right to consume because we defend Earth. Immortalizing existence by traveling the universe in moments and returning forcent to any thought and anywhere thought throughout time. Intricate exploration of the universe with externalized minds housed in structures composed of only light, focused with lenses made of heat instead of plastic, glass, or water. using lucid dreams as a monitor when waking in the morning, then falling back asleep, with augmented reality apps allowing sleep movements and sound to control training dream sequences and 24/7 individual production of innovations. So, like, when you're asleep, with lucid dreams being used as a monitor, you can be plugged into any kind of system because your sleep movements can be monitored by AR and manipulate whatever you're being told to visualize in your sleep. So, like, move your hand a little bit and it affects it and it activates screens, for example, while you're sleeping and visualizing what you told you to dream. And choosing alien intelligence doesn't exist because they wouldn't be here. If younger, we would be flooded because of ease of use of quantum racer experiment, travel the universe moments. If older, they would be here and have nothing to fear because we've almost solved war for ourselves. So they'd have no enemies anymore. There's no species that is kept 100% secret. There are always leads and resources to everything that we have around us. It's too vast of a leap. Ancient flight mainframe made of wise men sandman, our cube minds creative computing, immortalizing existence. Our autism features intricate variations and unconscious expressions that allow supercomputer cores to map our experiences. Time travel existing, proven into the future on rockets, and proven into the past with quantum racer experiment focused on starlight, proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower you need to gain omnipotence. Because you're instantly able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with unlimited time by sending things and your mind into the future and anywhere throughout time. So you're able to collect all the resources you need to build yourself into omnipotence, like the technology. So that's the first technology you need, and then that instantly allows you to build everything else that you need to do. Super powerful space engines composed of only nuke explosions housing and channeling the forces. Space elevators can be made with volcanoes using lightning to magnetize aerodynamically filtered soot.
Give me just 1 minute and I'll show you how to ethically steal the breakthrough new method I've used to make over $15 million online and create a lifestyle of unlimited freedom in 2021 and beyond. Don't believe me? Stick with me and I'll prove it. See, in today's crazy world, despite all the fear, anxiety, and financial chaos we've felt in 2020, there's a hidden in plain sight new opportunity that average people from all around the world are using to rake in life-changing online incomes faster and easier than ever before. These people are creating recession-proof online incomes, which keeps their cash flow flowing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, no matter what's happening in the world around us and no matter what's happening in the economy. But the million-dollar question is, how do they do it? And more importantly, how can you do it too, starting right now in 2021? Hey, my name's Mish Wilson, and I did not become a millionaire the long, hard, painful way. I didn't have to work for 40 years, I didn't start some big social media company or life-changing app, and I didn't put in years of my life to get some fancy degree. In fact, I didn't even graduate college, or for that matter, even high school. Because, well, I tapped into a breakthrough new method.
Sculpt space life back.
What is the color, shape, and name of what the James Webb Telescope is looking at? Sculpt spacelight down. Edges of the forms in the Hubble telescope's images where the James Webb telescope is zooming in. Describe what you see. Sculpt spacelight up. What Andrew Webb telescope is viewing through the darkest window above the Big Dipper? Describe what you see. Sculpt spacelight forward.
2,000 times $500 equals $1 million. Million a day earned. Export barrel to Antarctica for $500. 2,000 average daily units. That's equal to a full cremation.
USA servicemen's Antarctica procession can start exporting 2,000 impoverished Jews daily deaths cheaper than cremation. Once started servicemen's Antarctic organs free burial export. Otherwise the existence. Antarctica translation time multiplied towards organization. Operations on the world, body-less organisms, internalizing to metabolism, or cells. Basic defense strategies were followed. Inside the custodians for the rights of executed patients protected us from prosecution for opponents and rules ages of completely frozen states. The body should have numerous collections of blood flow mechanisms in producing, functioning, and sustaining mechanisms that contain and sustain state dangerous. It is true operated to the decades and regulations. Optimizing sterilization of processes and components and systems of creativity with double resurrection and vegetation of senses of stream, altering states of consciousness, and other flow enhancement functions now found to enhance to the foundations for more structures that calculate bodies in use, exercises using sensory deprivation and expanded systems of never experience unconscious industries are necessary. Ways capture still, or Mars and Mercury, join on highlights to the safety of the organ, isolation of freeze, calibration, distortion, operating free land of fire with balance, located process that was to master reality. Actions to improve the energy conservation and production. There's the strength translation time streamline, perspective seconds, transmissions, multitasks. Features intricate variations in unconscious expressions with supercomputer cores mapping our experiences. Mechanisms of light build emitting light through the heat and gravity focusing composition to create more heat and more gravity. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as made of matter, causing pressures and showing in air while competing. External light lines traveling across movements and returning force into econ throughout time with possibilities for experiment.
2,000 times $500 equals $1 million. Export barrel of $500. 2,000 average units. That's $2,000 times $500 equals $1 day earned. Export barrel $500. 2,000 average daily US. That's needed for cremation. 2,000 times $500 equals $1 million. Rate a day earned. Export barrel to Antarctica $500. 2,000 average daily US. That's needed for cremation.
USA servicemen's Antarctica possession can start exporting the 2,000 impoverished US daily deaths cheaper than cremation. Once started, servicemen's Antarctic organs free burial export. $2,000 times $500 equals $1 million. Rate of day earned. Export barrel to Antarctica $500. 2,000 average daily US. That's
How to swim in like 30 minutes if you're an adult, to like 3 hours if you're a baby. Okay, first thing you do is get goggles, and then you go underwater and blow out air through your nose and keep your mouth closed. Then you teach them how to move their arms in a windmill and how to kick their legs with pointing their toes. Then you teach them backstroke first. That's the first easiest thing to learn how to swim is backstroke. So what you do is have them relax and float on their backs. And then you teach them then you tell them to move their arms and they're swimming. And they get really motivated by that. And then then you're able to flip them over on their stomachs and teach them to float on their stomachs. And then to breathe, what they do is move their arms with the dog paddle, teach them the dog paddle, and kicking their feet. That's when they can breathe, and then they float, the rest of the time. And if they struggle, have to flip on their back, to teach them how to flip on their backs and float. And so it literally only takes like 30 minutes to teach an adult this, and it can take less than 3 hours to teach a baby how to do it. And that's it, So what you do is you get them comfortable with the water. You teach them how to kick their legs and move their arms. You teach them backstroke first, which the key is just float on your back and then just move, the feet and the arms. And then you teach them to float on their stomachs. And then if they struggle, they float. You just have to teach them how to turn over to their backs. And that's it.
Simply go on stage and laugh while making sketches and make music. It's a good idea to be able to expand into comedy venues. We've been preparing animals a long time. So how does Google not know where consciousness is in the brain? I bet the original drugs were, like pre-human drugs supposed to eat animal brains and parts. Brain parts. We had it down, to like science. Like that part of the brain will get you hammered, man. Wait, don't go near that part, That'll put you in hell, man. Like straight up eating serotonin and surplus of animal brains and depressants. It probably became a super science. Like for alcohol, Autism encroaches on what we call smart, keeping creativity away. So like we got like autistic features and stuff, and like everybody's autistic somewhat, and that encroaches on smartness because like the more you can remember things, the less, the higher ability to like calculate things, the less creativity you have. So, and then creativity is like the most important thing. So for being able to be an innovator and stuff like that, you know. So autism encroaches on what we call smart. But then, you know, I'm not saying that like if you're autistic, it doesn't mean you're gonna be like a full-blown autistic person. That's different than what I'm talking about. Like they have like super creativity because they're just totally going to the other side of that, you know. So I'm certain that like Von Braun, when he was creating NASA and stuff like that, is what he was naming NASA. He actually said Nazi. Like they asked him what he wanted to name it, and he was like, "Let's name it Nazi." And then people are like, "What? You want to name it what?" And he's like, "Oh wait, no, I said NASA," and they're like, "No, he said NASA, you know, with the A, not an I. You just can't understand him with his accent." But you know, when they asked him what he wanted to name it, he said NASA with that. He said Nazi with that German accent, and it sounded exactly what our current name is of it. So I think that's kind of interesting. And he's a super smart guy. There's no way you didn't see the connection to it. Everybody there saw the connection to it. No one starts with national when you start naming stuff. You start with US anyway. It starts with national. That's insane. I guess there's a few that start with national, but in general, they're too smart to not see the connection. So, you know, you're being a poser pansy. I'm just thinking with that word. Nazis, more like fagsies, making all the dudes not have clothes and shit. All money is Trump's. Then completely, people are like, all the money is because of Trump, and then they're like completely disobeying, you know? Kind of like a little kid getting a lot of money from his dad, and then says, blah blah blah, you know? Then a few minutes later, into like infinite ice cream, tree fort, like they're not doing so good, you know? Recently, I was experimenting with magnetic fields as like a radio frequency shielding, and like I put it up to my ears, and like I was worried about it being like about the magnets firing like a brain implant, like shrapnel lobotomy. But it didn't really happen. All that happened was like there was like this digital sound. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I was just reading the things or something. But it definitely will like manipulate the iron in your blood and stuff. When you deal with really heavy magnetic fields and stuff on your brain, and your ears. Yeah, it's a good idea to eat gold. They have edible gold leaf, and it could replenish the 0.2 grams of gold that we have in our bodies, you know, which I assume that is probably for like the firing synapses and stuff like that. And like it's you know, it's only $16 for 24 karat gold for American gold. $16 for American 24 karat gold to gold leaf to replenish it. I think you should get American, you know, because it's not really an FDA thing too much. They're just like, yeah, you can eat it if you want. You know, the Food and Drug Administration didn't really go into their factories and stuff, you know. Yeah, so the differences in northern and southern accents are kind of interesting. So like, in the north, it's like a chatter north, and that's like a think speak. You know, like they think then they speak. And the south is like an overheated south. You know, like think, speak. So like in the north you have like freezing cold, and it makes you chatter, like your teeth chatter, and like, you know, you're shivering, and like you speak faster, you know, get the words out of there so you can go get the heat, you know. And so like the pattern of speaking in the South is you're overheated, you know, and there's like a thinking, you know, like think, speak. That's the South accent. So that like the difference is like the people are thinking the same amount, but in the South they speak slower. It doesn't mean that they're not thinking the exact same as the North. They just think slower and put more emphasis in their words. And it's a big deal. Like you say something bad in the South, it's like, uh-oh, you know. But in the North, you say something bad, they let it go because you're saying so many words, you know. You know, they have thicker skins, I guess, in the North, you know. Like, for the words and stuff. In the South, it's like, oh, man. So, yeah. Fascinating. So, we're immortal, like, well, you know, a lot of servicemen and stuff, they're immortal, you know, and the people they choose for their training, stuff like that, like, varying levels of immortality. Which is bad, you know, like that's with the consciousness externalization because, you know, it's located for, well, I'll talk about that later, maybe. Well, I've talked about another work before. Anyway, which, this is bad because who cares, you know, like, we're just sitting here crying out of the womb and we are like, what the hell, all you guys are like standing, you know, around and you're beating me up, you know, slamming a fist in my back, fracturing my spine. Let me stand up. And no one else is on the back, you know, and they're like, well, what about her, man? Wait, you guys are taking advantage of how of how you kept me awake for an eternity because, you know, first perception is eternal. Like the endless days that occur with like the elementary summers. Most women don't know that the oil portraits many have been taught that they got to get and commission at least one time must include an innovation that involves their image in order for it to be considered artwork and not a valueless arts and craft. To create the innovation, just add a bunch of innovations together and make it good, you know, like ketchup and mayo, not ketchup and jelly. And not just two innovations, you gotta add several together. To paint a portrait, it's easy, you just create it and maybe use a projector and know that each tracing is off in our micrometer perception of faces. So that the first tracing has to be on the dime before Tom mix and cement. You could also ask a printer to print a picture on canvas and then paint that. Oil portraits are essential because they are archival, unlike photos, which must have an innovation additionally added to it. So, you know, I mean, they must have an innovation additionally added to them, to the oil portrait, so that it pays to save them. Joe Rogan is a Navy shill. And hamburgers, man, they're fish sandwiches. You know, like, they're just straight up fish sandwiches straight out the toilet, man. That's all the thing burger is. The French guy said he hates Americans, so you're more simplistic. Loading inside and roast those mimics the best supervisors. Different caught up in bush on your mama's grandpa's roots. He was so hung up on getting at it different. Did they do that to everybody knows the only one heroin and scenery. So they don't necessarily want the heroin called heroin, and scenery doesn't have to only be seeing it. You know, it can also be what we look like. But that's not important, you know. It's so women, all they want is they want the heroin and they want scenery. You know, that's the whole thing. It's not about what we look like. They might want to call it something different, but that's what they're all going for. Anyway, I think that like maybe some jokes like this might be good, but then like for the most part, just like go up on stage and like sketching and then music, and I'll just basically laugh all the time. So like I should probably try to make laugh. Oh man, I really don't feel like laughing. Good idea. It's pretty bad. I don't know. I might not do that right now. It's still a pretty good idea. Just to sit there and laugh. Oh no. I'm supposed to also have like some kind of like science ideas to the prequel some of these shows. So like tell people about like moralization stuff, like how to live forever and what the meaning of life is and things like that. Because I want to use the stage as like a just a new venue, you know, and you got to meet the rules, so you got you got to do stuff like that, you know, and oh, okay, I got another one I was kind of limiting myself on, but I'll go ahead and I'll tell it, you know, I'll just make it more G-rated. I did say like one bad word during this thing, but you know. So women's levels, you know, like their upper deckers, you know, are inspired by coconuts. Like literally, like pre-human level, it's inspired by coconuts. You know, like and like we're basically like there's this theory that like we're hairless because we were like a water creature. You know, like we didn't have much hair because we were in the water the whole time, and so that infuses us, you know, like that means coconuts are even more so like a thing, you know, and so because it's like an aquatic species, you know, and so we're like eating all these like coconuts and stuff, you know, and like that was like the most popular thing. If you don't have any like thing around, you know, like you don't have modern stuff, you know, like we didn't even have like milk or anything, you know, like all we had were like coconuts, you know, so like it makes sense that like, I mean it's a really intense flavor. It's got a lot of sugar in them, you know, and then like berries also, like because, you know, like it's probably sour at first, you know, like sitting there curdling and stuff, you know, the upper deckers. And like, you know, so that's sour, so that's like berries, you know, they even it's kind of like a berry, you know, it's kind of like a berry. So, you know, that's pretty much what that is. And so that's kind of humorous. I don't know. It's a pretty good and I think that's a good way to describe it, you know, like say upper deckers, you know, instead of profanity, which is, you know, yeah, that's weird. Yield, keep right. When I was driving down the street at night, I saw that sign, and I was like, I was in, or I wouldn't be here right now.
Quantum Eraser Experiment Build Zone of U.S. intelligence collaboration at Fusion, where all can actually defend Earth with SMS. Using the Quantum Eraser Experiment sculpting with the focusing of starlight waves to particles throughout time to the source, allowing us to travel the universe in moments, then clear light in the return path to arrive before sent to any thought and anywhere thought throughout time. Rewrites built can earn clearance if your U.S. intelligence supercomputer approves. Location of the eye and dilation of the eye in the stream of outer space light particles records our surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Gradients of the lens affects the stream of particles lens and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Light being absorbed by our eyes' reflections and translucence behind also absorbs thoughts in our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light checking the reproduction of the mind. A washer and window fractal fly lens surface of trillions of lenses and collections of people forming a similar thought and lens structures built like Indian mounds add power to the rewriting of time. The quantum eraser experiments focused on rewriting starlight waves to particles allows us to sculpt starlight into mechanisms at the edge of our universe horizon, and that allows us to use mechanisms we sculpt at the next horizon and further in moments. Simple mechanisms that catapults us 18 billion light years to the next horizon, which is the dense origin of the universe, being either off switch, then you can either off switch, then awaken 18 billion years later, or you can rearrange light particles in the return path of that horizon. The catapult launches you like to the past, then to the present, then to the past, then to here is the first steps there. To start sculpting starlight, find Earth's one window of clear sky. Then once out of the Milky Way, we hit wide open space at the edge of the galaxy clump using the galaxy light to sculpt with, not single stars. A sphere needs to be located or created, then shields built to the next sphere. We are working in the blind, so we won't know where the second sphere is. Scan until it can bounce off existing galaxies and stars as lens sphere, or in the next horizon, light can also be used to form a lens/sphere made of light. It is like we're a computer projector hitting our universe horizon observer sphere at different angles, then adding shields to hit the next till it sends back. Return is observed with where it was light wave, it is now particle code. Several streams coding a several stream sent to a sphere at the edge of a non-shielded, at the edge non-shielded when it hit, comes from fan
shield that speeds up the stream to the present, then the coded stream is no longer coded and remains streamlined. Then a fan then hits our edge and the fan shields that stream.
Trinity, from what I understand, is how to switch on that. All you do is not smoke your last cigarette there, to see about the withdrawal symptoms, which don't exist most of the time. So, all you do is wait to the 4 to 6 hours. That's it. That's the really uncomfortable travel feed for the next 2 to 3 days. And then there's no nothing. I don't know what people are talking about. From what I understand, that's all there is that 4 to 6 hours, and then it less than over 3 days. To nothing.
Consciousness is housed in 4 areas of the brain and can be externalized with cell phone electrodes on the forehead and just above the spine. Infomorphs can also be used to where a mainframe leads and guides our choices and actions so heavily all that is lost when we pass is a bit of extra light added to our consciousness. If you get a chance, on the website, you might enjoy using lucid dreams as a monitor, which is the foundation of offering consciousness malleability necessary to externalize it into a cell phone. You can lucid dream on your own without my work by falling back to sleep when you wake and move your hands only in your mind. Then, when you decide you want to fly, you can, for example. Problem is, the more lush the dream starts, the less control you have. Is there a dream you might like to control more intricately? I can build augmented reality controls, your sleeping movements, and sounds used. A lot of interest seems to be in how the existence of time travel proves the existence of God. Because that is the first thing to perfect to build omnipotence, which would then require preserving the timeline leading to that omnipotence, creation, which is why evil still exists. Fainting on food live into an escape room with the 360 YouTube videos being keys to be able to escape and unlock codes for the escape room. 3D WebGL/AR. 6 levels play at the same time, activating lucid dreams as a monitor. The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once for this choose your own adventure. The work also translates marks to music, and I might add the ability for dogs to speak as part of a level. Interactive translation guide multiplying diversified production of good immortalization. Ancient flight mainframe, made of wise men, Sandman, our sheer minds, creative computing, immortalizing existence. Founding fathers, World Trade Center, Site Russia, calling origination of Turkmenistan.
Many outline Mayan murals, metallic satellites, extreme tech gaps, over us, engineering all investigated. So it really, ancient flight mainframe composed not of aliens, because aliens are disproven by the quantum research experiment. Like intelligent life beyond our own is disproven by the powerfulness of quantum research experiment, which I've talked about before. These all leads us to know that whether it's time travel or not, that wise men, ancient wise men, because there's this time gap in society and when our brains were exactly what they are today, that there's enough time there to have created a society that, and I don't necessarily think that it would be this mass society. I think originally it probably was like all the white, like a really smart guy went around collecting wise people, right? And then these people end up building computers, right? And flight. And they end up building, like, externalizing their minds eventually and creating, like, a painting on ancient life into an escape room. So like 360 YouTube videos, satellites to be able to escape. And they're not like these they're not like flooding WebGL slash AR. It's just like one city play at the same time because it's very inclusive. Like you have to be super wise or expelled. The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once. No, maybe not. For this choose your own adventure. Work also translates and like they end up doing the same thing and finding the ability for dogs plug your brains into the level. They figure out like, hey, interactive translation guide as many people as possible creative prompts to be able to like immortalize existence, which is the meaning of life. A mechanism that's around like lenses of heat instead of lenses of glass, plastic, or water. And then focus on light, which just goes to form other fuel light. So a mechanism returns back to the auras of light, which is it's a straight shot back to origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before sin. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors. And the scan of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not, and your success or not, through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting at a different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. It's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place. And then return.
There are always resources to Ancient flight mainframe made of wire channels, two-line create a real immortalized autism features intricate variations,
so they would just
conscious expression that allows supercomputer cores to map our experiences.
might be a map.
Time travel is proven into the future and proven into the past quantum physics that the experiment focused on starlight proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower you need to get on mission. Because you're instantly able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with unlimited time, like sending things and mind anywhere throughout time. So you're able to collect all the resources and
Now there's who wants to get aside and
build yourself in the omnipotence.
I like how it really looks like there's a depiction
So that's the first technology you need. And then that instantly
that would be the body. I really might also be interested
space engines composed of only nuke explosions housing the channel
but really can't
space elevators can be made with volcanoes using lightning to magnetize aerodynamically for a cliff.
each steel sword already counted or some other ancient marine animal that had orphans that people.
Okay, I'm testing 3,000 pounds of magnet on my rifle. Yeah, about 7,000 pounds right now. I've already tested it before, it doesn't work. Just so you know, I just wanted some video footage this is 3,000 pounds of magnet force, so this is literally impossible. Like, I'm surprised the phone doesn't crash, or the speakers crash. Something. That's I mean, it's completely covered in things. There's like no way. I mean, it's supposed to be seriously messed up, just like this. Saying that all that shit will work. Okay, well, it doesn't turn off the phone or anything, you know? So that's the test there. That echo my computer.
Ancient flight mainframe made of wise men, Sandman, our chief mind's creative computing, immortalizing existence. Founding Fathers, World Trade Center, site, matrix out hieroglyphic S walls, created over generations, and making to finding things. Search for the use of natural formation of spiritual illusions, like what might have caused the disturbance naturally with reflection of light and smoke. The matrixing out of hieroglyphic S walls. Another thing that you can do is you don't have to use hieroglyphic walls. You can use like cave paintings and caves themselves, and like lived in spaces and walls and the marks, and layer them out. Matrix sleep states plugging you into the system. So there's the Matrix, right? It described a story of how we're all being used as batteries. And that's actually accurate. But it's not about power, like we're not being used as power. Like how we're saving power is our brains are creative problem solving super efficient. So, and when we're asleep, like you can't build a computer like that can creative problem solve like us without spending a lot of money and using a lot of energy, much more than our brains use. So when we're asleep with lucid dreams, you can plug that into a system and it can fix things in like a factory or in a computer code. Our creativity can be used just like in the Matrix, like we get plugged into the Matrix, and maybe that's why we don't remember a lot of our dreams. is because we're working on like all kinds of problem solving things. Anyway, I know for a fact that's going on. That our brains are capable of being plugged in, and probably are being plugged in into computer programs when we're asleep to we're like factory working. And that's our primary value, I think, in our current state, is that we go to work every day to be self-sufficient and buy our food, and if we're good enough at what we're doing when we're asleep, we get, you know, like everything that happens to us while we're awake is used to form our brains when we're sleeping for the right, so that we're in the right mindset in our sleep state, dream state, plugged in into whatever system to maintenance those things there. Because you can't create a computer with this creative problem solving without spending a lot of money. Might as well search the Congo permafrost for ancient Egypt sites on and research the space elevator components and the permafrost of the Congo Mountains there, because it's a volcano also in that chain, and it has everything you need to create a space elevator. So you can magnetize the soot, then with the surplus lightning zone, and the soot is created with the water source in the Nile, and then you can filter the soot aerodynamically to where it shoots almost into space, like way up there into like weather balloon area. You might have to start this space elevator with components from space first, but you can do it. You can create a space elevator with this, and with its momentum being shot up there, if you keep it sustained enough, it will, with these being so light, will be able to propel the aerodynamic soot into outer space. The Congo permafrost, you can find the ancient Egypt sites that are obviously going to be there through creating a matrix like Indiana Jones inside the hieroglyphics. So there's going to be leads to where these sites are in that permafrost. They're so obsessed with like preserving things that they would have used the permafrost in the ancient Egypt, in the Congo Mountains. So if you matrix out these walls of hieroglyphics, it took generations to create just one wall. So several generations. So in that amount of time of innovation, father to son, you know, maybe they threw some daughters in there too, but usually they use males in that society, from what I understand. They would have serious innovations created over that time. So in that, they're not going to be working with a two-dimensional surface anymore. They're going to be thinking three-dimensional, and if they're working with hiding things, they're going to be hiding the map within a matrix of information. And it's already a matrix form. So that's how you find the all kinds of things, is to matrix out the hieroglyphics. So one wall, like the three-dimensional space, like layering of the imagery, evolution from one form to the next, and from that form on that wall, like all four walls, the ceiling, form like the exact hieroglyphics that, like, you're gonna see that being used. And I don't think that we've done that yet. But that's a way to find things in ancient Egypt. Because for people like us, there's no way we can sit there and stare at a wall our whole lives and not think in three-dimensional. Like, we're painting these three-dimensional things, and then we're going to end up wanting to build them three-dimensionally over, if not one generation, easily like our second generation. Illusion of teleportation. 3 drones towing 1 screen, and 1 drone and an extra drone tows a projector. So you have a screen and you have a projector, and they're all towed by drones. So at night, in particular, a large screen towed won't be seen. You won't be able to notice that it's a screen. And it can be right up on you, right? Like, it could be right in front of you, and you wouldn't know it. And the projector is able to project illusions of teleportation at extreme speed onto the screen in any form. So you can have like these light forms that dance around the sky really fast, or you can actually have like aircraft that like fly at you and then like all of a sudden teleport to another place, like at super speeds, and it's just a screen sitting in front of you that you can't notice that it's just a screen. This is good for decoys and camouflage leading aircraft. So the screens can arrive first and quickly hover unknown over enemy and visually cloak us and distract with whatever drawing them to parts of the sky and away from and wherever we need them. Universal movements, linear range, and clear light to arrive before sent any thought throughout time, using the quantum eraser experiment focused on light waves, particles, throughout time to their source.
Intelligence collaboration and fusion in the whole connection. actually affect Earth with SMS. Apollo orbits are right to consume because we defend Earth. Time travel does not create parallel universes. Our memories have a resilience to the changes often known as creating before changes. Starlight matrix signal structure line before set push massively flood deflection of wave and particles and return paths of each of the 19 to 1,013.8 billion light-year horizons traveling in between. Translation guides weight our actions will help diversify production of society swimming to us. All actions controlling and controlling fields of production will restrain from the worlds. Mind being externalized. Mind externalized. Mind frozen sustained by this. Cell tower news storage choreography broadcasting into space. Cube sound neutralizing stalkers. Forward blades advisor and stylus. Nutrients maximizing innovation. Translation guide multiply diversify production of innovation information. Forward blades advisor army reality improvement mapping life cast. Memory access and storm level. Antarctica cryonic spectral. Quantum laser level sleep, alignment and leg ride video. Quantum laser double sleep binary builder. Quantum laser double sleep binary inbox. Spectral sketching. Spectral shading. Travel the universe in minutes, don't clone later running before send.
Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources instantly, focusing all light particles, mechanism signals, can explore beyond our horizon at clear light before scent. Script externalized mind, guard the beginning of fertilizing existence. Starlight matrix signal structures arriving before sync first massively flood deflection of wave and particles and return paths of each of the 19 to 1,013.8 billion light-year horizons traveled moment to moment. Our minds externalize the binary streams and mechanized sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye and dilation of the eye in the stream of outer space light particles records our surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Radiance of the lenses affects the stream of particles. The lenses, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lenses. Alright, I'm going to start over. Our minds externalize the binary streams and mechanized sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye and dilation of the eye and the stream of outer space light particles records the surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Radiance of the lens affects the stream particles, the lens, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Mechanism heat can be used to affect magnetism, then collect and build observer lenses. Light being absorbed by our eyes, reflections and translucence behind also absorb spots in our mind from brain electricity printed on the eyes, sending our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light, checking the reproduction of the mind. Observer lenses might require particle-sized observer lenses. A lens of plastic or glass can be used over the eyes. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream
is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double-slit experiment, quantum eraser experiment, finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double-slit quantum eraser experiment of 1999, theoretically first created as early as the 50s, aka there's evidence in all indigenous depictions of right-angled satellites before cities formed. A washroom window fractal fly lens surface of trillions of lenses should hopefully create detectable beams. Locating observer lenses at the edge of our observable universe horizon is easier than building new observers for this composition of galaxy clumping. Light mechanisms used like lasers and magnets rotate the observers as needed to sculpt at the new observers and mechanisms at their edge. Star matrix signals, quantum eraser double slits, light wave particle binary allows us to build spectral external mind structures traveling the universe in moments, then clearing light arriving before scent to anywhere thought throughout time. Mechanisms of flight can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures, shelling heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling the universe in moments, then returning before scent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures, shelling heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling the universe in moments, then returning before scent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Mechanisms of light build bending light through any heat and gravity, focusing cone compositions to create more heat and move gravity. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures, shelling heat air, while containing externalized minds traveling the universe in movements, then returning before scent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Optimize externalization of all processes of our mind's routine systems and creativity, like downloading and uploading memories, allowing resurrection and amplification of senses, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures that calibrate your ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary, aka firing synapses, copy not needed. Firing synapses, copy not needed. Lucid dreams, used as a monitor of the malleability of consciousness necessary to state components of the mind, allowing conscious viewing of the mind, brain, sleeping. Antarctic cryonic resorts cease mind from dying when brains stop firing. Legally, immortal corporations earned us immortality. Optimize externalization of all processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures and calibrating ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions for perfect energy conservation and production of your portfolios to strengthen your mortal mind's ability to information time travel, depths of planck length. Lucid dreams can be used as monitor when waking up in the morning. Your hands and your mind when falling back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what you experience and control. Further empowered with wearing augmented reality, targeting images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play models. System features intricate variations in unconscious expressions with supercomputer course mapping of our experiences.
U.S. self-powered fully automated and powerful space missions using useN cables. The power moves of self-powered area rapidly gaining interest. Gimmicky image titles with exact news titles surges the self-power. Select the next self-power's points on the episode of gimmicky page.
Retitled Cell Towers Areas News. Sketching with the towers broadcast into space regards us. Meaning of life, immortalized equals immortalizing existence. Immortalization, externalize mind, and freeze.
Travel the universe in the moment, then clear light to allow ride
before seeing with mixtures of viewed stars, light waves to particles. Because military neutralizes the enemy and never kills because the enemy is not human. Spectral images, sculptures to align instantly focusing on light particles. Mechanisms, signal can explore beyond our horizon and clear light, alignment, or set. Script externalized minds to guide the beginning, immortalizing existence. Ancient flight being preeminent, minds with insanely action, minds creative computing, immortalizing existence. Founding Fathers World Trade Center site, Russia, congratulations, Turkmenistan. Many outline Mayan murals, metallic satellites, extreme tech gaps, overalls, engineering models for perpetual news.
all people publicly know no enemies that exist anymore, because we have almost all the world for ourselves. Every species intact that has kept 100% since always needs resources.
The God we trust epicenter bounding, immortalizing existence, starting with sexual sculpting, fire, expounding, biggest natural solar scenes, camera, fox, screen, swarms, teleportation, controlling radio, TV static, that is, microwave radiation from the edge of the visible universe, mechanizing slits, instantly rewriting waves to particles to their sources. Entrance level plexiglass reflecting the pool roof of a cellar studio in a burning house, highlighting a grove giant as night-lit tree form draped acting voices towering Woolsworth, magnet shield from Gadsden, Aegean snake mapping Wall Street, ancient tunnels to Hellfire Club, Halloween fairs, innovation competition earning ancient flight mainframe technology, $500 man of the year, grandfather, clock card, and pool table, coffin coolers with nearly evolving single set whiskey shot magnets, activating a landscape beneath cleared chest levels, changing elevation, investing quadcopter exoskeletons, sustaining frozen grand lodging catacombs.
Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves to particles throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us, because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself.
Outer space broadcast from certain cell towers as a canvas. Gets folks to use lucid dreams as a monitor to visualize God. Then I have painting on food to make music. Dragging a hand on dragging a finger on the iPad while I was painting. Then I have a box that clear plastic box, small box, wrapped in plastic, painted. Then choose your own adventure is used as a code that you break to escape clear plastic box, which is then destroyed so you can escape to another box, a larger box. And that box is then created while you're in the first box. And then it's a clear plastic box again. And projector is turned on, so the plastic is a hologram. It catches a lot of the projector. Then you co-create another puzzle to escape that box. And then outside with the Jeep and stuff, a lot of other things. I'll describe that in I've described it before in other videos. The 3D fractals were made with mandelbulber, and they were made by sketching on the iPad. Then that movement on the screen was recorded with Murga, like mouse recording software that's really cheap, and then played back on the navigation pane of the mandelbulber. So the sketch that I made not only made music, but it also navigated a 3D fractal. So the
make sure we are doing this right. That is where we are right now, because time travel exists, proving God exists, and that instantly builds omnipotence with our 1999 ownership of a reader of the quantum razor experiments that turn starlight waves the particles instantly throughout time to their source. God will first be the top flying colonel in the Air Force, then maybe the president, depending on how things go safety-wise for him. And time the Air Force invents the ability to hold omnipotence with time travel. Side note, the president these days is actually George Washington, and when they left the platform of the current president, they are combined into a single consciousness with George Washington. Time travel. God is already here, but he's preserving the time power of the military cruising his omnipotence. We already know how to build a full flight corridor to omnipotence, and are currently racing to completely without the time travel devices. Time travel devices are built to allow us to rewrite light waves to particles, any kind of light, including heat, throughout time to the source, then arrange light in the return path to arrive at any time, place or spot in time,
I added
past or future.
a pitch shifter, which I found that my internalized voice is lower than what is recorded. And then also it has a flange, like a flanger, I think is the filter that I used on it, that adds a vibration to it. So that makes it sound accurate, because what we're hearing is you got a lot of stuff in the way of the sound of your voice, and it's really loud, so it vibrates your eardrums.
Which I guess is how science class goes anyway for the most part. That at that point also include tools that auto-build for you if you or your supercomputer don't demand them. Anyone want to collaborate on building the weather balloon platform, towing the model rocket, towing the time capsule phone to space? Anyone interested in sending a solar-powered quadcopter towing DNA and information storage to Antarctica? Maybe we should combine the ideas and use a weather balloon platform towing the model rocket to also drop DNA information storage into Antarctica. Anyone want to collaborate on an idea of their own?
Quantum Eraser Experiment Build Zone of U.S. Intelligence Collaboration at Fusion, all in action defend Earth with SMS. Using the Quantum Eraser Experiment sculpting with the focusing of starlight waves to particles throughout time to the source, allowing us to travel the universe in moments, then clear light in the return path to arrive before sent to any thought and anywhere thought throughout time. Rewrites built can earn clearance if your U.S. intelligence supercomputer approves. Location of the eye and dilation of the eye in the stream of outer space light particles, records our surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Gradients of the lens affects the stream of particles, lens, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Light being absorbed by our eyes, reflections and translucence behind also absorbs thoughts in our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light checking the reproduction of the mind. A washroom window fractal flying lens surface of trillions of lenses and collections of people forming a similar thought and lens structures built like Indian mounds add power to the rewriting of time. The quantum eraser experiments focus on rewriting starlight waves to particles allows us to sculpt starlight into mechanisms at the edge of our universe horizon, and that allows us to use mechanisms we sculpt at the next horizon and further in moments. Simple mechanisms that catapults us 18 billion light years to the next horizon, which is the dense origin of the universe. Then either off switch, then you can either off switch, then awaken 18 billion years later, or you can rearrange light particles in the return path of that horizon. So the catapult launches you like to the past, then to the present, then to the past, then to here is the first steps there. To start sculpting starlight, find Earth's one window of clear sky. Then once out of the Milky Way, we hit wide open space at the edge of the galaxy clump using the galaxy light to sculpt with, not single stars. A sphere needs to be located or created, then shields built to the next sphere. We are working in the blind, so we won't know where the second sphere is. Scan until it can bounce off existing galaxies and stars as lens sphere, or in the next horizon, light can also be used to form a lens/sphere made of light. It is like we're a computer projector hitting our universe horizon observer sphere at different angles, then adding shields to hit the next till it sends back. Return is observed with where it was light wave, it is now particle code. Several streams coding a several stream sent to a sphere at the edge of a non-shielded, at the edge non-shielded when it hit, comes from fan shield that speeds up the stream to the present, then the coded stream is no longer coded and remains streamlined. Then a fan then hits our edge and the fan shields that stream.
Ancient flight mainframe, made of wise men, Sandman, our sheer minds creative computing, immortalizing existence. Founding fathers, World Trade Center, site Russia, calling origination Turkmenistan. Many outline Mayan murals and tally satellites. Extreme tech gaps over us during all supernatural days. So it really, ancient flight mainframe
composed not of aliens, because aliens are disproven by the quantum physics experiment. Like intelligent life beyond our own is disproven by the powerfulness of quantum physics experiment, which I've talked about before. These all leads us to know that whether it's time travel or not, that wise men, ancient wise men, because there's this time gap in society and when our brains were exactly what they are today, that there's enough time there to have created a society that, and I don't necessarily think that it would be this mass society. I think originally it probably was like all the white, like a really smart guy went around collecting wise people, right? And then these people end up building computers, right? And flight. And they end up building, like, externalizing their minds eventually and creating, like, a painting on ancient lighting into an escape room. So like the YouTube videos, create satellites to be able to escape. And they're not like these mass. They're not like flooded WebGL / AR. It's just like one city play at the same time because it's very inclusive. Like you have to be super wise or expelled. The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once. No, maybe not. For this choose your own adventure. We're also translating and like they end up doing the same thing and finding the ability for dogs plug your brains into it, and then they figure out like, hey, interactive translation guide, as many people as possible create protocols to be able to like immortalize existence, which is the meaning of life. And that's found like really quickly, like a mechanism composed of lenses of heat instead of lenses of glass, plastic, or water, focusing light to form other lenses, fueled by light. So a mechanism completely composed of light. A mechanism composed of lenses of heat instead of lenses of glass, plastic, or water, focusing light, which just goes to form other lenses, fueled by light. So a mechanism turns back to the arrows of light, which is it's a straight shot back to origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors. And the scan of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not, and your success or not, through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting at a different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. It's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place.
There's no
And then return.
there's no species is kept 100% secret. There are always resources to too bad. These flight mainframe made of wide salmon create immortalizing or autism features intricate variations,
so they would just
conscious expression. As allows supercomputer cores to map our experiences.
I like the map.
Time travel is proven into the future and proven into the past. One great experiment focused on starlight proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower you need to gain omnipotence. Because you're instantly able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with unlimited time. Like sending things and your mind anywhere throughout time. So you're able to collect all the resources and
Now there's who wants to get the other side of the
build yourself in the omnipotence.
I like how it really looks like there's a picture
That's the first technology you need. And then that instantly
that would be the body. I really
superpower
might also be interesting to
space engines composed of only nuke explosions housing the channel
but really can't
space elevators can be made of volcanoes using lightning to magnetize aerodynamically for a push.
or some other ancient marine that had orphans that people. Oil depletion coping mechanisms. Suit that charges batteries. Bicycle with a car alternator, charging battery and or running a testicle powering things pass by on the ride. Oil depletion coping mechanisms. Your car alternator can be used to create electricity with the bicycle, and you can hand crank it to create electricity that you can store in batteries. So if you attach a battery, if you attach an alternator to your bicycle, and then you attach a battery to that, it'll absorb the electricity formed when you pedal around. That's a pretty good oil depletion coping mechanism. suit that charges batteries. So you can have a suit on with like cords that also charge alternators, like you see like with camping gear sometimes, where you wind up little brushes in there that creates the friction that creates the electricity. It gets stored by a battery that powers a light bulb. That process can be used in a suit at pivotal points, so that when you're moving around, like you move your arms, it charges, it creates that same friction. And charge your cell phone, for example. Or the lights you're going to need to use that night when you go to when you have to do things at night. Or you get enough charge throughout your work during the day, you'll be able to power your computer for a while. Bicycle with a car alternator charging battery and or running a Tesla coil, powering things pass by on the ride. I think it would be a really fascinating thing to see. I'd like to build this, a regular old bicycle with a car alternator on it that charges a battery, and you know, continue to like collect your power bill and imprint by using alternators. They no longer work on your car, but would easily work to do this. Or maybe that wouldn't work, maybe it has to be a brand new. But I know there's still some life in those ones. And you can also power a Tesla coil through this. That would be really cool. So that when you pass by other electrical things, electrical lightning like shoots off the Tesla coil and like turns on a light bulb when you're passing by. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be really cool that like on the ride, if you had a whole mass of people flooded into town and you had shifts, people passing by on their Tesla coil bicycles end up powering all the electricity that the people working inside the buildings need. That'd be kind of a fascinating thing. Maybe get animals in on it too, you know. These animals on bicycles, animals in these suits that charge batteries and things. It's quite possible to run a society out of that. Anyway, it would look cool to have a bicycle that rides around a space or something and powers all kinds of gadgets when it passes by. by choosing Antarctica cryonics instead of cremation. Then externalize their minds and win a new gig with the government and build a reader that maps externalize mind, then explore a new horizon, then return to force sent with information, giving God omnipotence which neutralizes all evil. Externalize mind by stinting 4 areas of the brain, housing consciousness, to a mechanism composed of light, then use the quantum eraser experiment to send the mechanism by rewriting the starlight waves particles to the source that is real in 18 years in the past at the edge of our observable universe that then rearranges light, streamlining the information flow with fanning the information shields. Explore the new horizon for information about isolated people and the location of the observer at the edge of that observable universe. Then return to force sent with info giving God omnipotence, which neutralizes all evil. Use the firing synapse level to externalize consciousness. Then use the mechanism of light particle level to upload your consciousness to your cell phone. Then use the universal time travel, universe travel level to scan the next horizon for the observer. Map out all evil in the universe and locate the observer. Then return before sent with the time travel level to the present with info God needs to gain omnipotence to neutralize all evil. How to sing songs you created with scope. Singing is feminine, but we might be forced to because we are creative geniuses. Use looping, recording, then auto layers like GarageBand on the computer. Choose an instrument that creates song tunes and write several of the notes together. Create a tune, blank and copy and paste the tune several times. Then write out what you want to say. And it ain't got a rhyme. All of it hinges on the tune that you created. One tone can equal a full word, a full syllable, or one syllable can be stretched out over several tones. Go back and edit out what you didn't like by potentially reseeing or stretching out that word over several tones. And take it very slow when recording the lyrics, being a song. In this rotoscoping format, literally go tone by tone, forming all the words that you want to say. Remembering not to get stressed out and not to give up. This is just for fun, it doesn't matter. Because most songs are illegible anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So, like, literally, you can go by tone, syllable by syllable, note by note, word by word, it's all up to you. Just whatever makes it easier to copy the rotoscoping algorithm by of the tone of the song that you made. So just get it down and then go back and re-record things. Call a masculine version of singing, equivalent that meets the requirements. All you gotta do is speak what you want to say and have it filtered with like a pitch, like lower the pitch, maybe even dramatically raise the pitch at the same time. But the only requirement to really turn the spoken instructions, stereo instructions, which are essential for describing advanced algorithms, is to just filter it. And the filters will end up being, okay, they will turn it into a song instead of it being some strange spoken word, which sounds like it has an idiocy sound. And then it's by not using rap with the rhyming, it keeps it from being a rap, which has rhymes and repetitions and stuff. So all you gotta do is add filter to it, and this is the example of what you made. If you're not forced to sing, and don't be afraid to sing if you're being forced to. Like, that's one of the least effeminate things someone can force you to do in order to survive. It's happened to us before. I'm so talking to you, singing is feminine. But we might be forced to because we are great Jesus. We're recording that audio layer is like God's way of choose an instrument that creates some tunes, find several of those together. Create equal to they copy and paste the tunes of tunes. They write out what you want to say. And they got a rhyme. All it does is on the tune that you created. One tone can equal a full word, a full syllable, or one syllable can be stretched out over several tones. Go back and edit out what you didn't like the tunes you sing, stretch out that word over several tones. I take it very slow when recording lyrics being a song in this rotoscope format, literally no tone by tone.
Filtering instructions even cancels the sound of harsh idiocy. Sound when you say harsh tones that has idiocy. It cancels it out. It's instructive and distortion and pitch. And harshness is the sound of instilling bravery. It's an honor.
YouTube only lucid dreams is a monitor varying volume track of moving hand through choice of what's a lucid dream. How to interact. You arrange the 4 options for the main video choice, like the 4 directional characteristics for each choice. So it's different 4 square. So you can't miss, scroll, and click. Order Merga to click, install Merga, and order it to click for you. So also install auto mouse, cell phone mouse app, where your cell phone is a mouse. And tell Merga to auto click for you. So while your hand is sleeping, it is allowed to track your sleeping movements of your hand so that you're able to interact with the choice of what to lucid dream. And there's a varying volume track to move your hands playing at the same time as your choice of what you play. And then at the same time as 4 other videos of interactivity for that choice. So you'll have a total of 6 videos playing simultaneously. 6 YouTube videos playing simultaneously. So that same kind of process can be used for 24/7 productivity by, it's a good start to get used to, is to record your hand movements and your sleep movements with the cell phone mouse app, using your cell phone as a mouse app, and recording the actions of the mouse with Merga, mouse automation program. So every time you sleep, every time you move anywhere, you can only have to go out sleeping. Merga is recording what you're doing, sending it to, and your phone is sending your action of your hand to the computer. no code how to get a video of God, refraction of light through water, etc. at different sites. Record audio movement, video of lucid dreaming, ordering you to lucid dream God that also asks you to describe what you see. And the sound of viewing is translated 10 times in sketch and into other mediums as well. But we're trying to get a video. So you want to translate the sketch. These are notes, so it's not like the progress of how I go about trying to get a video of God. It's not concept. So through sketching the sound in order to lucid dream God, one of them will be on the dime through my studies in college about alternative sensory perception. And you'll also be asked to sculpt, draw, and paint God in your lucid dream. So you will be lucid dreaming the act of, so you're sitting there with God in your lucid dream, and you're asked to sculpt, draw, and paint while you're lucid dreaming. And then also quantum eraser experiment in the acoustics chamber to be matrixed out. So we'll use periscope to increase surges of quantum eraser experiments, and also then we'll like matrix out the walls, like one side of the European Circle Mountains acoustic chamber to the other side of the chamber. So just a little cave, but from one side to the other side, reference the images read surrealistically and how one side would morph to the other side through tweeting. And it'd be interesting to see. I think it's just ideas where I'm aiming with this. And then also electric fields of power stations are really good with the refraction of light. So also I'll try to use the periscope surging with the quantum eraser experiment, because you can purchase like extra live views of things, and that will increase, even though it might not necessarily be people, even though it's supposed to be some people, some of it's going to be, it's not all of it. Computer, it's still an entity being ordered and asked to do something, and that is surging the cell phone towers with that, so it might actually be more powerful. And then I was trying to look up how ancestors were visualizing God and didn't really find anything. And so I think there's a way to use the dream machine with it, though I'm not certain. Can't really remember how. I was thinking of using the dream machine with it right now. Also, I need to use mechanisms of light. So that is really interesting because heat is a type of light. So heat and cold are both types of light affected by the quantum eraser experiment focused on starlight. So I think this is probably key to being able to really get a really good video. And so mixing lucid dreams as monitor viewing, and then also mixing that with using heat and cold as sculpture medium, focused with quantum eraser experiment, used with the cell phone power surging interest. It might work, it's like pretty good. But you really don't know how much that quantum eraser experiment stuff's going to affect it, but theoretically, that's what's happening. And also, I need to reference my spectral signal spectrum notes. This might be a way to use like smoke, all kinds of other mediums that I've done a lot of research on to try to capture a video. And it's just like brainstorming to try to figure out how you go about it. So, yeah, because I proved God exists with time travel proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower that we need to gain omnipotence. So now that we know that God exists, because time travel exists, let's get a video. Let's get a video. That would be a pretty good thing. So I guess what you want to do, instead of like trying to translate, I mean that's one way to do it, translating lucid dreams. Another way we got is this trying to actually get the heat and cold to build it. So I guess what we could do is
that wouldn't work. You'd be able to sculpt it. Another thing is the lucid dreaming will have to be done in a radio frequency shielded box to really get the perfect results. So you'll have to not be connected to the internet. So that's one thing, because that does just get sleep. I think to get a real control, it's going to be that. Someone's going to be playing some joke or something. It could just, theoretically, I mean, you just can't trust it to create control. Yeah. Anyway, it's an interesting way to go about it. And then, yeah, the aluminum box is a way to create that radio frequency shield, or a copper box, which someone on YouTube was saying that aluminum is only a little bit less as good as copper mesh. I think copper mesh is really the best. And then aluminum sheets is second, like real thick aluminum. And then use sound, tree distortion, like that trees used as instruments. Like decided to, I like it visually, but what you're really doing is create sound distortion. Like soundproofing it and creating sound distortion to make control disruptions. Looks like a lot of people who are diagnosed with having heart attacks and heart disease that die in the middle of the night are actually dying from overeating before they go to sleep. And yeah, most of those natural causes of death in elderly people, it looks like happen in the night, and that could be from overeating as well. So what happens is, if you pass in the night, your heart obviously stops, you know, and like also your mouth will fill full of vomit, you know. And if the person is obese, then they don't really think much of it, you know. They're like, oh well, that naturally happens when you pass, you know, and or old, and that's not what's going on, because everything relaxes when you go, and it looks like it is there. So it'd be interesting to see a study that really confronts how people are dying a lot more in their sleep from overeating. This happened to me where I've almost died from overeating. Not died, but I've been woken up from overeating, in particular cereal. I guess cereal's so salty that you woke up, you know, eat it, can eat it. So yeah, that's one thing to look out for, is overeating before you go to sleep, or eating just before you go to sleep, because when you lay down you're not used to that. You've been sitting or standing all day, and it comes back up and you can drown in it. For the creating clear practice boxes for audience members to use paper that has
cloud glow space matrix outlaw space. Rocket video of God movie describing each today can never be 300 so you exploring the different patterns found past visual unfound in simultaneous space instead of first cutter load and patterns not used to look in your computer not searching from invading social media form of light Medium YouTube 360 wild here for sound CGI. Roll to record 360 movies medium trailer. It is the movie all 37 scenes broken into 3 minutes unplayed at once washed over trailer forms side by side movie star frame later in a loop. Causes to quickly blur the shit. Build song with drops and really fast chop up speed up then low to high note easy me pattern chop up slow down then note easy me pattern flute. Amateurs about movie reel describe take today edit of dream video categories of Armitaurus matrix sleep invisible person electricity 10 death to grid to factories etc. time universe travel catapult and mind electrode thermal heat lenses in anonymous form light not Euclideus and scopes out the poster at item and satellite mind etc. the features audience that speed together speaks self matrix aka 24/7 portfolio production script from dreams that more likely this is a simulation than not just experiment picture guessing audiences enough number of minds sterilized for matrix creative powers against God omnipotent everyone's environment comfortable and tells you what instant evolved your emotion already but everything else power closer to good forms burns around their farm space no people not allowed to tell me when systems they are in simulation I tell them anyways in Star Wars we tell them anyway this is funny made fun of even maybe it's going on kill to me just 10 small so obviously nano maybe explain I mean instead hospital consciousness me speaking for an hour at the 360 CYOA amateurs speaking then also break videos to low reads for alternate save use of lucid dreams as a monitor then 1 hour video then trailer 37 scenes broken into 3 minutes unplayed at once washed over trailer forms.
Garden of Eden wine, vine splices, apple grafts, and olives. Congo permafrost, ancient Egypt, research, space Olivia. So, the original wine vines and apple grafts and olives are still around today. So that'd be the thing to search to hunt down. I found that the original wines, the oldest wine that they found is like north of Mesopotamia. And so that would be a place to go. And they got this one country that has like 200 different varieties, like significantly more than other countries. So that's going to be the place that has the original wine vine probably. And I thought we could probably start. I don't know, I think that would be interesting. Apples are, I don't really know. I haven't found out where to find the original apple grass. People saying what apples and stuff. But I'd like to have the original apple grass because it started somewhere. Maybe I ain't started to eat apples. Maybe it is something. the original olive tree. Because they've been splicing that from now. So you can find the source of the original one. I'd like to find that. Also, in that research, hashtag Geoboot Project. So, there's this guy who's sending artists around the moon with Elon Musk. My idea is to project onto ice crystals that form on the windows and fall off spacecraft and whatnot. And by projecting onto the ice crystals, it burns images onto the ice crystals that are then flying out in space and flying onto the moon. And you can also potentially, well, I guess you can't really burn some kind of crystals, but by projecting your work onto the ice crystals, you're really sending your work from the outer space. So I guess that the only hope for the survival of it is the imprint of the projected onto dust into the moon. Because once it hits the heat of outer space in the sun, red light, like it's 5 hours. So that's the thing. So the goal of my intention here for the Dear Moon, the hashtag Dear Moon project, is to hit the moon with these ice crystals when it's on the dark side of the moon. So that the ice crystals, because I'm hoping that there's no burn-up of the ice crystals on re-entry into the moon surface, and that when they plummet or gently float to the surface of the moon, that it leaves a nice imprint. I know they'll be super small, but with technology, it maybe one day we'll be able to see them. And theoretically, they're going to hit it, and they're going to be preserved if that's the way that ice floats to the moon. If it floats gently to the surface, like snowflakes, then we got it. Consciousness is housed in 4 areas of the brain and can be externalized with cell phone electrodes on the forehead and just above the spine. Infomorphs can also be used to where a mainframe leads and guides our choices and actions so heavily all that is lost when we pass is a bit of extra light added to our consciousness. If you get a chance, on the website, you might enjoy using lucid dreams as a monitor, which is the foundation of offering consciousness the malleability necessary to externalize it into a cell phone. You can lucid dream on your own without my work by falling back to sleep when you wake and move your hands only in your mind. Then, when you decide you want to fly, you can, for example. Problem is, the more lush the dream starts, the less control you have. Is there a dream you might like to control more intricately? I can build augmented reality controls, your sleeping movements, and sounds used. A lot of interest seems to be in how the existence of time travel proves the existence of God. Because that is the first thing to perfect to build omnipotence, which would then require preserving the timeline leading to that omnipotence, creation. Which is why evil still exists. Painting on food live into an escape room, with the 360 YouTube videos being keys to be able to escape and unlock codes for the escape room. 3D WebGL/AR, 6 levels played at the same time, activating lucid dreams as monitor. The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once for this choose your own adventure. The work also translates marks to music, and I might add the ability for dogs to speak as part of a level. Interactive translation guide multiplying diversified production of good immortalization. Repositionable archetype frames of inventions whose sounds use instructions for lyrics. Layering of points of sound to create visuals when wearing 4 earbuds. Album composed of other albums, magnification of each song to create an album each. Words composed of words sped up and slowed down. You can hear 3 voices at once also. Mechanism of light built with screen hand heat, a lens of heat created that creates another lens. Clear AR visor on hoodie hat, bills, reflecting cell phones with 4 earbuds also create visuals.
Everyone has equal experience of happiness in life, maybe. Everyone has one set of experiences. Varying number of days in speed which they are experienced, but just one set of experiences as a whole. So if you have all bad days and one good day, that is a heaven of a day, you know? If you have all good days and one bad day, that's a hell of a day. So, you know, it's like you get used to it. And your pain tolerance, the lack of it, like, it's got your back. It's possible that one good day is the exact same amount of good as the guy who has had all good days. Because the contrast is so extreme. And so the varying levels of that, you know, ends up balancing out to whatever, however many good days, however many bad days. It's quite possible that's how it all works for everybody. I think that'd be quite nice, you know, if that's really how it is. And it's quite feasible. So like, even if you had just one slightly better day than all the other days, that one slightly better day, that's like super heaven, you know, as the experience would go, you know. Theoretically, it's possible. I don't know. Unite all Americans against death. Before processions start, motion routes self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting, composing music with AR sensors, surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a canvas. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor empower airmen. Moving your hands and your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have, and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands and your mind. So this work gives power into the super lush dreams and leads you through with sound activated visuals, taking cues from your movements censored by AR. Lucid dreams used as monitor stints your consciousness from your brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against death.
Solar matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources, instantly focusing all light particles. Mechanism signal can explore beyond the horizon of clear light or even before seen. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
Light in the video, you know, help people know about their immortality and to hold on before bailing out because technology is pretty bad and your mind's externalized, so you won't be able to bail out. You only bail out to a level of more realistic tech level. So you gotta just hold on because the alternative is if you bail out now instead of waiting for the current tech to where it's more like the internet, yeah, it'll be hell. You know, it'll be hell on earth. You know, for you. So yeah, it's So this is a light video that will help you out to hopefully explore some other ideas, develop some ideas, and combine these things, and we'll keep you from bailing out, you know, because just don't bail out. You know, you can't bail out now. You gotta wait until tech changes. Yeah, you know, if you bail out now, then you'll be in hell anytime some trashing notes says so. So, you know, you at least have to wait to bail out until tech changes to the internet rules where, you know, you want to turn things off, you turn things off, you know. So, yeah, no bailing now. That's the rules. And your mind's immortal because of current tech allowing externalization of consciousness, which I'll describe here in a second. Anyway, just don't bail out because you'll be stuck in this level, and then trashing those, you'll put you in hell any moment that they'd like to, you know, until the level changes. And even then, who knows if those changes in the rules will be able to be applied to you. So, yeah, also maybe try a couple blocks, you know, a couple blocks might work, might keep you out of the bail. It's a good one. You know, any kind of RF shielding might be good. And soundproof too, because tapping can activate things. So yeah, you know, no bailing.
Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum laser experiment that meteorites net-raised particles throughout time to source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you're at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving the point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like Leo is not isolated from us because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to free himself.
Meaning of life is immortalizing existence. What is the meaning of life? Is a trick question easily arrived at when you break down what's life doing. You know, like life as a thing, like what is it ultimately? Life is trying to immortalize existence, not itself necessarily. So not even Earth or the universe, but existence. And not eliminating evil, just focus on existence, immortalization. Because existence is good. Seems like intelligence is a self-defense the universe created in us because we are it, man.
Luckily, 4 regions of the brain are responsible for consciousness. Insular cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, medial prefrontal cortex, and cerebellum. The prefrontal cortex is not even essential and can be removed. Then Carson's work shows us how the other areas can be cut in half most of the time at birth and have almost no effect on the person throughout their life. This shows us how easily it can be to transfer these operations externally. This means we can stint consciousness from the brain by alternating between the brain's 4 regions of consciousness using lucid dreams as a monitor while scanning to adjust activity stints for those regions until we consciously see our brain sleeping. Lucid dreams, when you wake up in the morning, can be used to lessen grief. Keep from going insane by being with your past loved ones every time you wake up. Focus on your hands and your mind. When falling back to sleep and you can envision anything
and be in control for a while. Beware of evil neighbors who will use those times to put you in hell instead, though.
Universal units lead range and clear light to arrive before sent any thought throughout time using the quantum eraser experiment focused on light waves, particles throughout time to their source.
Intelligence collaboration and fusion, and the whole can actually defend Earth with SMS. Apollo artists are willing to consume as we defend Earth. Time travel does not create parallel universes. Our memories have a resilience to the changes often known as creating before changes. Starlight matrix segment structure running the force of push massively flood deflection of wave and particles and return paths of each of 19 to 1,013.8 billion light-year horizons traveling in between. Translation guides weight our actions will apply diversify production of society's movement to us. All actions controlling and controlling fields of production never straying from their walls. Mind being externalized. Mind externalized. Mind frozen sustained by this. U.S. cell tower storage choreography broadcasting into space. Cube sound neutralizing stalkers. 4 human beings advisor and stylist. Nutrients maximizer innovation. Translation guide multiply diversify production of innovation information. 4 human beings advisor augmented reality human mapping live cast. Memory access and studio level. Antarctica cryonic spectrum. Quantum laser double slit, alignment and live video. Quantum laser double slit binary builder. Quantum laser double slit binary inbox. Spectral sketching. Spectral shading. Travel beyond
Matrix sleep states plugging you into the system. So there's the Matrix, right? They describe a story of how we're all being used as batteries. And that's actually accurate. But it's not about power, like we're not being used as power. Like how we're saving power is our brains are creative problem solving super efficiently. So, and when we're asleep, like you can't build a computer like that can create problem solve like us without spending a lot of money and using a lot of energy, much more than our brains use. So when we're asleep with lucid dreams, you can plug that into a system and it can fix things in like a factory or in a computer code. Our creativity can be used just like in the Matrix, you know, like we get plugged into the Matrix, and maybe that's why we don't remember a lot of our dreams, is because we're working on like all kinds of problem solving things. Anyway, I know for a fact that's going on, that our brains are capable of being plugged in, and probably are being plugged in into computer programs when we're asleep to we're like factory working. And that's our primary value, I think, in our current state, is that we go to work every day to be self-sufficient and buy our food, and if we're good enough at what we're doing when we're asleep, we get, you know, like everything that happens to us while we're awake is used to form our brains when we're sleeping for the right, so that we're in the right mindset in our sleep state, dream state, plugged in into whatever system to maintenance those things there. Because you can't create a computer with this creative problem solving without spending a lot of money.
Apollo earned us the right to consume because we defend Earth. Immortalizing existence by traveling the universe in moments and returning forcent to any thought and anywhere thought throughout time. Intricate exploration of the universe with externalized minds housed in structures composed of only light, focused with lenses made of heat instead of plastic, glass, or water. Using lucid dreams as a monitor when waking in the morning and falling back asleep, with augmented reality apps allowing sleep movements and sound to control training dream sequences and 24/7 individual production of innovations. So, like, when you're asleep, with lucid dreams being used as a monitor, you can be plugged into any kind of system, because your sleep movements can be monitored by AR and manipulate whatever you're being told to visualize in your sleep. So, like, move your hand a little bit and it affects it and it activates things, for example, while you're sleeping and visualizing what you told you to dream. Intriguing. Alien intelligence doesn't exist because they wouldn't be here. If younger, we would be flooded because of ease of use of quantum race experiment, travel the universe in moments. If older, they'd be here and have nothing to fear because we've almost solved war for ourselves. So they'd have no enemies anymore. There's no species that is kept 100% secret.
there are always leads and resources to everything that we have around us. It's too vast of a lead. Ancient flight mainframe made of Wiseman and Sandman are cheap minds, creative computing, immortalizing existence. Our autism features intricate variations and unconscious expressions that allow supercomputer cores to map our experiences. Time travel existing, proven into the future on rockets, and proven into the past with quantum racer experiment focused on starlight, proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower you need to gain omnipotence. Because you're instantly able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with unlimited time by sending things and your mind into the future and anywhere throughout time. So you're able to collect all the resources you need to build yourself into omnipotence, like the technology. So that's the first technology you need, and then that instantly allows you to build everything else that you need to do. Super powerful space engines composed of only nuke explosions housing and channeling the forces. Space elevators can be made with volcanoes using lightning to magnetize aerodynamically filtered soot. Quantum Eraser Experiment Build Zone of U.S. Intelligence Collaboration at Fusion, where all can actually defend Earth with SMS. We're using the Quantum Eraser Experiment sculpting with the focusing of starlight waves to particles throughout time of the source, allowing us to travel the universe in moments, then clear light in the return path to arrive before sent to any thought and anywhere thought throughout time. Rewrites built can earn clearance if your U.S. intelligence supercomputer approves. Location of the eye and dilation of the eye in the stream of outer space light particles records our surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Gradients of the lens affects the stream of particles, lens, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Light being absorbed by our eyes, reflections and translucence behind also absorbs thoughts in our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light checking the reproduction of the mind. A washroom window fractal flying lens surface of trillions of lenses and collections of people forming a similar thought and lens structures built like Indian mounds add power to the rewriting of time. The quantum eraser experiments focus on rewriting starlight waves to particles allows us to sculpt starlight into mechanisms at the edge of our universe horizon, and that allows us to use mechanisms we sculpt at the next horizon and further in moments. Simple mechanisms that catapults us 18 billion light years to the next horizon which is the dense origin of the universe, then you can either off switch, then awaken 18 billion years later, or you can rearrange light particles in the return path of that horizon. So the catapult launches you like to the past, then to the present, then to the past, then to here is the first steps there. To start sculpting starlight, find Earth's one window of clear sky. Then once out of the Milky Way, we hit wide open space at the edge of the galaxy clump, using the galaxy light to sculpt with, not single stars. A sphere needs to be located or created, then shields built to the next sphere. We are working in the blind, so we won't know where the second sphere is. Scan until it can bounce off existing galaxies and stars as one sphere, or in the next horizon. Light can also be used to form a lens/sphere made of light. It is like we're a computer projector hitting our universe horizon observer sphere at different angles, then adding shields to hit the next till it sends back. Return is observed. With where it was light wave, it is now particle code. Several streams coding a several stream sent to a sphere at the edge of a non-shielded, when it hit, comes from fan shield that speeds up the stream to the present, then the coded stream is no longer coded and remains streamlined. Then a fan then hits our edge and the fan shields that stream.
Ancient flight mainframe, made of wise men, Sandman, our sheer minds, creative computing, immortalizing existence. Founding fathers, World Trade Center, Site Russia, calling origination took missing. Many outline Mayan murals, metallic satellites, extreme tech gaps, over us, engineering all supermassive. So it really, ancient flight mainframe, composed not of aliens, because aliens are disproven by the quantum research experiment. Like intelligent life beyond our own is proven by the powerfulness of quantum research, which I've talked about before. The result leads us to know that whether it's time travel or not, that wise men, ancient wise men, because there's this time gap in society and when our brains were exactly what they are today, that there's enough time there to have created a society that I don't necessarily think that it would be this vast society. I think originally it probably was like all the wise, like a really smart guy went around collecting wise people, right? And then these people end up building computers, right? And flight. And they end up building, like, externalizing their minds eventually and creating, like, a painting on creation live into an escape room. So, like, 360 YouTube videos, satellites to be able to escape. And they're not like mass. They're not like flooding WebGL slash AR. It's just like one city. Play at the same time because it's very inclusive. Like you have to be super wise or expelled.
The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once.
No, maybe not.
For this choose your own adventure.
But
also translates
and like they end up doing the same thing at finding the ability for dogs plugs the brains into the level. They figure out like, hey,
interactive translation guide
as many people as possible create prompts to be able to like immortalize existence, which is the meaning of life. And that's found like really.
Okay, so in the bar, I'll have live music made by live painting on clear plastic boxes with audience members inside the plastic boxes, using them as an escape room to choose your own adventure. Then outside, I'll have my Jeep with clear plastic boxes on cockpit and underwater painting, and using an FM transmitter to broadcast music live, probably. And that will draw attention to people who need to go to Antarctica, and use the United States as Kansas searching the cell tower zones from the past 3 years of interest. And then sterilize mines and bring the heart valves back to America to free burial for all, which will usher in a lot of donation and gratitude for having heart valves donated to them. So yeah, it's Jeep goes from place to place around the country, collecting people to the freezer trucks who need to go to Antarctica and have their minds internalized. And while we're doing that, we're gonna play in the bar, make music by painting live on food and on plastic boxes that are part of an escape room, and then people can eat the food that's made, and then outside people will be able to participate in an escape room with using the Jeep, use my Jeep, and I'll live paint on plastic boxes out there and underwater, and light myself on fire and extinguish it with underwater painting, and that George's cell tower zone is actually collecting people to the freezer trucks. Then, so the first route, the first time you do it, it should be like $500 per person, which is cheaper than cremation. You know, that whole thing to make cheaper, like make immortality the cheapest option. And then second trip, it should be free because the heart valve is a donation for the first folks. So yeah, the way it works. So with 2,000 people a day dying without being able to afford cremation, which is like $1,000+, the $500 option is essential. And the government will save a lot of money, you know, and hospitals and everything. Just by taking folks to Antarctica, and while we're there, they can use an app and detect the external the mines, which I talked about earlier with stuff. Also in the bars, the audience members. So audience members will be able to purchase t-shirts. They are live albums that they interact with the AR app. So t-shirts have like target images on them that activate sensors that allow them to actually play an album, you know. You might play on the word play an album. And they'll also be able to purchase books, you know, like back in the day we used to buy theme parks and stuff, where it's actually been inside the animation flip book now. So yeah, instead of just a photograph that they purchase that they're green screened into, it will be a flip book, an animation. So that would be quite nice, you know. And then they can also purchase a music video for themselves if they like, and they can perform that in the venues. So yeah, there's a lot of things so far to get to mention, but that's about it. You know, that's like the main gist of what I'm doing. You know, outer space broadcast, live shirts, live prints, then animation, then live music, made by painting, gathering people to Antarctica, and outer space broadcast, which is given a lot of power by Periscope. Periscope does really good at collecting people to the live broadcast, and it also, they have apps, they have people online you can purchase extra power to get more people to watch, so it would be a heavier surge to be able to wheel the people watching as marks on a canvas, broadcast all the way in outer space, So yeah, and then that's going to be like traveling to the Indian Circuit Mound to use the acoustic chamber they have there, which is at the edge in a blue cliff of the Indian Circuit Mound. Also plan to go to all around the U.S., all kinds of places.
A mechanism composed of lenses of heat instead of lenses of glass, plastic, or water. Focusing light, so let's just go to form other lenses. Fuel light. The mechanism turns back follows the light, which is it's a straight shot back to origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before descent. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors. And the scan of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not, and your success or not, through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting at a different angle, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. It's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place. And then return.
Is kept 100% secret. There are always resources too bad. Like mainframe made of wide family, create or autism features intricate variations, so they would just conscious expression, as allows supercomputer cores to map our experiences.
I like the map.
Time travel is proven into the future, and proven into the past. One experiment focused on starlight proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower you need to gain omniscience. Because you're instantly able to rebuild yourself to omniscience with unlimited time. Like sending things and your mind anywhere throughout time. So you're able to collect all the resources and now there's who wants to get the other side of the coast and go yourself in the omniscience.
I like how it really looks like there's a depiction.
That's the first technology you need. And then, or that instantly
that would be the body.
a new superpower
might also be entrance to the
space engine composed of only nuke explosions housing the channel
but really can't
space elevators can be made with volcanoes using lightning to magnetize aerodynamically for a push.
Each shore, however you pronounce it, or some other ancient marine that had 4 fins instead of 2 fins. Consciousness is housed in 4 areas of the brain and can be externalized with cell phone electrodes on the forehead and just above the spine. Infomorphs can also be used to where a mainframe leads and guides our choices and actions so heavily all that is lost when we pass is a bit of extra light added to our consciousness. If you get a chance, on the website, you might enjoy using lucid dreams as a monitor, which is the foundation of offering consciousness the malleability necessary to externalize it into a cell phone. You can lucid dream on your own without my work by falling back to sleep when you wake and move your hands only in your mind. Then, when you decide you want to fly, you can, for example. Problem is, the more lush the dream starts, the less control you have. Is there a dream you might like to control more intricately? I can build augmented reality controls, your sleeping movements, and sounds used. A lot of interest seems to be in how the existence of time travel proves the existence of God. Because that is the first thing to perfect to build omnipotence, which would then require preserving the timeline leading to that omnipotence, creation, which is why evil still exists.
Unite all Americans against death. Before processions start, motion routes self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting, composing music with AR sensors, surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a campus. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor empower airmen. Moving your hands in your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have, and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands in your mind. So this work gives power into the super lush dreams and leads you through with sound activated visuals, taking cues from your movements censored by AR. Lucid dreams used as a monitor stints your consciousness from your brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against death.
Solar matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources, instantly focusing all light particles. Mechanism signal can explore beyond the horizon of clear light or letting before seen. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
Work.
Mechanisms of light built manipulate gravity, heat, and gravity focusing compositions to create
your real audience is military branches, supercomputer, not the government. So whichever branch you're closest to, that supercomputer, the range since birth, is your audience. Because the military is hundreds of trillions of dollars. And popular media is only hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's your audience. That's all you know. So you can work with this. You get better work for her. First time, it's I think because that's how we were first. Males were first to be calibrated with machines. So first have our minds externalized, which is required for that. So the most powerful ones are going to be male because they're going to be the oldest ones. But who knows, I guess you could change up, And the core of the supercomputer that your audience carry. Anyway, I should probably go into this later. But you can work with them, by infinitely translating the actions into each other with algorithms that they translate for you, that the supercomputers build out for you. So this can help with swarming, social media swarm kind of thing, like swarming masses, and also information flow. And if you're a good person, there's a lot of things, So that's how to be an artist there. It's not that difficult in the amount of words spoken, but it's not easy. Especially because the mind can't invent things unless you're like Thompson's birth building thing. It's not easy to invent something. So, yeah.
Stop, Daniel.
Before processions start, motion route self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting, composing music with AR sensors, surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a campus. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor empower airmen. Moving your hands and your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have, and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands and your mind. So this work gives power into the pseudo-lush dreams and leads you through with sound-activated visuals, taking cues from those movements censored by AR. Lucid dreams used as monitor stints your consciousness from the brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against death.
Matrices, spectral images, structures to outer space light sources, instantly focusing full light particles. Mechanism signal can explore beyond the horizon of full light or crossing. Script externalize minds to guard at beginning and moralize the existence.
Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves to particles throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us, because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself.
digitization of all processes of our minds, routine systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses, quite multiple states of consciousness, radical reasoning, or function, not the foundation of external mind structures, decision deprivation, immediate experiences, every single unconscious moment that chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions to perfect energy conservation and production of our portfolios, strengthening your minds, ability to information time travel, depths of length. Lucid dreams can be used as monitor when waking up in the morning. Move your hands and your mind when falling back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience and control. Further empowered with layering augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play audibles.
How to be an artist. You're an artist. How to be an artist. How to be an artist. You're an arts and crafter or technician until you invent once. Once inventing, even if unknown, all actions before and after are artwork. Be an artist with one invention. Artists are classified poorly. You're not an artist if you haven't invented once. Artists are rare, you know. There's not really too many of us.
Mechanisms of light can be
You only gotta invent one thing to classify as an artist, and then all actions, even if unknown, even if the invention's unknown, all actions before and after are artwork.
Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made matter.
Most artists are actually arts and crafters or technicians.
Externalized minds traveling in person moments and returning force in
It's easy to create an invention when you're told to invent, like since birth, and it's easy to be classified as that, like, even if it's because it doesn't have to be a large invention, it can be a small invention, part of a larger invention, which an infant's, like, perspective and interpretation of the world can do, which is very interesting, you know. The event has to be heavy, though, you know, just because it's a smaller part of a larger invention doesn't take from the weight of it.
Starlight matrix signal structures arriving before first massively flood deflection of wave particles in return paths of each of 19 to 1,000.
Most people think of you as artists, but actually arts and crafters honing technical skills. Copying is a craft. You know, it's not art. So, it's something, you know, to invent requires combining several ideas to create a feasible new idea. Ketchup and mayo, not ketchup and jelly. And not just ketchup and mayo, it's got to have like 7 ingredients and things, for example. So all it takes is one invention, and then all action before and after artwork. And then also, if you include algorithmic translation guides, which often automatically happen, all actions around you are transformed into your artwork and become art.
Okay, so in the bar, I'll have live music made by live painting on clear plastic boxes with audience members inside the plastic boxes, using them as an escape room to choose your own adventure. Then outside, I'll have a Jeep, my Jeep with clear plastic boxes on top of it, and underwater painting, and using an FM transmitter to broadcast music live, probably. And that will draw attention to people who need to go to Antarctica and use the United States as Kansas searching the cell tower zones from the past 3 years. And then sterilize mines and bring the heart valves back to America to free burial for all, which will usher in a lot of donation and gratitude for having heart valves donated to them. So yeah, it's Jeep goes from place to place around the country, collecting people to the freezer trucks who need to go to Antarctica and have their minds internalized. And while we're doing that, we're gonna play in the bar, make music by painting live on food and on plastic boxes that are part of an escape room, and then people can eat the food that's made, and then outside people will be able to participate in an escape room with using the Jeep, using my Jeep, and I'll live paint on plastic boxes out there and underwater, and light myself on fire and extinguish it with underwater painting, and that surges cell tower zones as it's actually collecting people to the freezer trucks. Then, so the first route, the first time you do it, it should be like $500 per person, which is cheaper than cremation. You know, that's the whole thing, to make cheaper, like make immortality the cheapest option. And then second trip, it should be free because the heart valve, that's the donation for the first folks. So yeah, that's the way it works. So with 2,000 people a day dying without being able to afford cremation, which is like $1,000+, the $500 option is essential. And the government will save a lot of money, you know, and hospitals and everything, just by taking folks to Antarctica, and while we're there, they can use an app and detect the external the mines, which I talked about earlier with stuff. Also in the bars, the audience members. So audience members will be able to purchase t-shirts. They are live albums that they interact with the AR app. So t-shirts have like target images on them that activate sensors that allow them to actually play an album, you know, like play on the word play an album. And they'll also be able to purchase books, you know, like back in the day we used to buy theme parks and stuff, where it's actually been inside the animation flip book now. So yeah, instead of just a photograph that they purchase that they're green screened into, it will be a flip book, an animation. So that would be quite nice, you know. And then they can also purchase a music video for themselves if they like, and they can perform that in the venues. So yeah, there's a lot of things so far I forget to mention, but that's about it. You know, that's like the main gist of what I'm doing. You know, outer space broadcast, live shirts, live prints, animation, then live music made by painting, gathering people to Antarctica, and outer space broadcast, which is giving a lot of power by Periscope. Periscope does really good at collecting people to the live broadcast, and it also
they have apps, they have people online you can purchase extra power to get more people to watch, so it would be a heavier surge to be able to wheel the people watching as marks on canvas, you know, broadcast all the way in outer space, you know. So yeah, and then that's going to be like traveling to the Indian Circuit Mound to use the acoustics chamber they have there, which is at the edge of kind of blue cliffs of the Indian Circuit Mound. Also plan to go to all around the U.S., in all kinds of places. For me to be creating clear practice boxes for audience members to use as an escape room. That they have they incorporate the choose your own adventure, which the order of the videos to finalize choose your own adventure is goes to the next group, which then finalize that choose your own adventure and escape that while keeping all the clear plastic they are inside of trying to escape from the painting on the plastic tree using that's what they are, and also there's marks on paper essentially versus and then also dragging the end of the paintbrush hand on a bone physically drag your hand through sensors on the profile map. That creates translates marking as well. Another thing is painting on food live. So like you got like chips and pizza and whatever else you can think of in a liquid like taking inside shot glasses and coffee and whatnot. Translating those marks to so like if it's coffee you think with the half and half you think coffee, you know, for example. Or if it's a chip, you know, you paint with the dip on the chip or you can use topping on and the marks and images created on the painting on the food. It's now edible and the marks translated. So yeah, that's the plan, Joe. You create something. I think that's how I describe this. Yeah, so all the way to the Indian Circuit now, I'm going to create sketches on food that translates music, that is music, and also use that with simple people to empower you on certain cell phone power zones, just use kind of things for canvas. Also, so trainer needs more iron stand is how to switch on that. All you do is not smoke your last cigarette here. Cigarette to see about withdrawal symptoms, which don't exist most of the time. So we'll get the swallowing all you do is I'll do it first. Wait to the 4 to 6 hours. That's it. That's your thoroughly uncomfortable feed for the next 2 to 3 days. And then there's no nothing. I don't know what people are talking about. From what I understand, that's all there is that 4 to 6 hours, and then it lessens over 3 days to nothing.
Uses the shields of the quantum eraser experiment to build to shield your mind that is absorbed through the quantum eraser experiment behind your eye. And it sends your mind like a mist. I'd like you to describe that a little more. A simple mechanism that catapults to the next rifle. Is So our horizon is at like 18 billion years, and that's like at the beginning. So what you do is you have a shield, a flood of light wave formed particles that deflect the particles and light waves that hit your information stream and absorb that to your located or built sphere, which is your lens that forms at the edge of the observable universe from here. And so that's like the direct path. It doesn't need to deflect anything because it's instantly rewritten throughout time for that source. Then, from that source, you're going to be in the past, 18 billion years in the past, and you want to go to the next horizon of current time or whenever. You're going to deflect and protect that information flow that has your shield that goes right to the source of the next horizon. And you can keep going horizon with this method. And so you can build multiple shields by hitting your source at a particular angle. Just like when you play pool. So if you have several shields, you just make sure you aim it right on the dime. And it will fray the point. It will hit the pool ball. It will hit your shield, and it will fray and continue to protect your information flow. While your information flow is on the dime, on the money, deflecting. It's traveling to your next observer, your next lens, the sphere. And then, when it's time to return, you hit the same or a new observer at the edge of your of our 18 billion year horizon, and then you'll be at the origin of that horizon, and then you fray again to get back to us, to present day, or to whenever you want to, because you can return before sin with this information flow. So your shield deflects all interference in the return path back to us. So the past, the strategy is, the mechanism is you go straight to the edge, then from the edge you're all the way back at the beginning of the universe, and then you can aim that to any other horizon to the next horizon. You can aim that at the next horizon, and then you can, you have to rearrange light particles so that you're at present day in that next horizon. So you fray from our edge, which is the beginning, and absorb all distortion and rearrange light particles to where you arrive to current day or before sin. And then you want to return. So let's just go a simple return and not worry about going further. So then you return back to our horizon, which is it's a straight shot back to the origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before sin. So the mechanism
is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors. And the scan of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not, and your success or not, through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting it at different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. It's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place and then return.
The wireless switch mound actually be a rail fossil is two first estimators. It's really large, it's still some proportion, and I noticed they have two small mounds to the side of the skull that could be a whale's fin. The origin of who made it being mystery, maybe it was estimated and had to migrate south because it got cold or ran out of rails or could not find food here or so they were just asking the whales or Eskimos to trade more for food, etc. It might be a map of the story of the Bering Strait passage to here personified by a whale. Maybe a bit of an annoyance built in the story about not walking in a straight line by having to weave around the mountain and how heavy whales are. So that top formation could actually be it used to be there, could actually be the blowhole personifying the map of the Arctic Passage. And how there's food once you get to the other side of the coast of the Arctic. I like how it really looks like there's a depiction of a skeleton on top of the hill, or hill slash cliff, that would be the body. I really hope it might also be the entrance to the salt cave used at the Great Lakes, or at least how they could build one by the Gulf of Salt. But, really can't get it up. It also means that the alligator mouth that is close to be a plesiosaur or ichthyosaur, or however you pronounce it, or some other ancient marine animal that had four fins instead of two fins. The Ohio serpent mound might actually be a whale fossil, a gift from / to the first Eskimos. It was really large, but the skull seemed proportionate, and I noticed they have two smaller mounds to the side of the skull that could be a whale's fins. But the origin of who made it being a mystery, maybe it was the Eskimos did, and had to migrate south because it got too cold, or they ran out of whales, or they could not find food here, or so they were just asking the whales or Eskimos to stay north for food, etc. Might be a map for the story of the Bering Strait passage to here personified by a whale. Maybe a bit of an annoyance built in the story about not walking in a straight line by having to weave around the mountains and how heavy whales are. So that top formation could actually be that used to be there, could actually be the blowhole personifying the map of the Arctic Passage. And how there is food once you get to the other side of the coast of the Arctic.
I like how it really looks like there's a depiction of a skeleton on top of a hill, or you know, hill slash cliff, you know, that would be the body. I really hope it might also be the entrance to a salt cave that leads us to the Great Lakes, or at least how they could build one by dissolving salt. But, you know, what are the chances of that? This also means that the alligator mound that is close could be a plesiosaur, or ichthyosaur, or however you pronounce it, or some other ancient marine animal that had 4 fins instead of 2 fins.
Time travel guide. Space, light. Mechanism of this level is space-like quantum eraser build zone. Mind, lucid dreaming, sent as mist. So it uses the shields of the quantum eraser experiment to build that you build to shield your mind that is absorbed through the quantum eraser experiment behind your eye, and it sends your mind like a mist. I'd like you to describe that a little more here. How did I describe that? A simple mechanism that catapults to the next horizon. So our horizon is at like 18 billion years, and that's like at the beginning. So what you do is you have a shield, a flood of light wave formed particles that deflect the particles and light waves that hit your information stream and absorb that to your located or built sphere, which is your lens that forms at the edge of the observable universe from here. And so that's like a direct path. It doesn't need to deflect anything because it's instantly rewritten throughout time to that source. Then, from that source, you're going to be in the past, 18 billion years in the past, and you want to go to the next horizon of current time or whatever. You're going to deflect and protect that information flow that has your shield that goes right to the source of the next horizon. And you can keep going horizon with this method. And so you can build multiple shields by hitting your source at a particular angle. Just like when you play pool. So if you have several shields, you just make sure you aim it right on the die. And it will fray the point. It will hit the pool ball. It will hit your shield, and it will fray and continue to protect your information flow. While your information flow is on the dime, on the money, deflecting. It's traveling to your next observer, your next lens, the sphere. And then, when it's time to return, you hit the same or a new observer at the edge of your of our 18 billion year horizon, and then you'll be at the origin of that horizon, and then you fray again to get back to us, to present day, or to whenever you want to, because you can return before sin with this information flow. So your shield deflects all interference in the return path back to us. So the past, the strategy is, the mechanism is, you go straight to the edge. Then from the edge, you're all the way back at the beginning of the universe, and then you can aim that to any other horizon, to the next horizon. You can aim that at the next horizon, and then you can, you have to rearrange light particles so that you're at present day in that next horizon. So you fray from our edge, which is the beginning, and absorb all distortion and rearrange light particles to where you arrive to current day or before sin. And then you want to return, so let's just go a simple return and not worry about going further. So then you return back to our horizon, which is it's a straight shot back to the origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before sin. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors. And the scan of the next, of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not, and your success or not, through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting it at different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. It's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place. And then return. And you know, once I go into it further later. I've talked about it a lot before. But this is a nice thing to describe to you. Fighter Squadron Surf Exhibit. Squadron flies toward the beach, creating a wake that gets surfed. So when squadrons, which have all kinds of like air shows and demonstrations and executing strategies all the time, when they fly low to the ground, like on the water, going at those like speeds, it creates like waves and things. I think that'd be a great thing for a surf show, like competitive surfing. You have the same exact wave. Like you could, it'd be really a good way to create a control for a surf competition. That way you'd really know who's the best surfer, because all of them would be surfing the same exact wave every time. Especially with Air Force technology, like they know exactly the height that they would need to fly at to create the same exact wave every time. Which is the same technology they have to use all the time for wind currents and things. And I bet they have to use it for water currents as well. And tides and things. Be a great demonstration of how powerful the Air Force is. Water collection, 1 inch of 1 mile equals millions of gallons of water. So if you collect water from like a tarp, it can fill up the water tank real quick. And it's really a great way to be able to paint a continuous line around the world, around the U.S. One of the ways to fill the water tank is through that. Is through rain, not only through the rivers and ocean. Solar studio with clear reflecting pool roof at ground level. I'd like to have a studio that has the ground level. The studio's underground. It's a cellar. And the roof is clear. And the clear roof has a reflecting pool on it, so that it refracts the light onto the walls that I'm creating on, and space that I'm creating. I really like the idea of being in a burned down house. That would be really awesome. Capture interesting spirit level imagery through water and electrical fields. You can capture interesting spirit level-esque imagery by taking photographs through drops of water at electrical fields and places of historical significance. Get some really interesting shots through refracting things. And yeah, it's just a really nice way to see things in a new light. And the electrical fields it really does do things like that. It really does. It does. I'm not saying that ghosts exist or anything like that, even though we can create them like quite easily with modern technology. Like you can get really interesting like imagery that creates something that looks like a spirit of some kind. Supernatural resonance offering confinement. So there's a lot of people saying ghosts exist and things like that. Well, most of that stuff's like optical illusions and things. And it'd be nice to be able to study that with like several different methods that I've created that isolate the source of those illusions. And also, it would be a great way to create your own illusions as a place for your externalized mind to live. Like, create your own ghost once your mind's externalized, you know? So, I like the idea of using, like, I talked about the matrixing out of hieroglyphic as walls. Another thing that you can do is, you don't have to use hieroglyphic walls. You can use, like, cave paintings in caves themselves. And, like, lived in spaces and walls and marks, and, layer them out in the same way that a crime investigator lays things out. I'm kind of drawing a blank on like this mass plethora of work that I've done on optical illusions and ways to actually create those with modern technology. One way is with mechanisms of light, created out of, and just composed out of heat instead of plastic or glass or water. One thing that often I've noticed that you can really create really interesting shadows. So it's really limitless on times that, at certain times of year, the ability to create like spiritual-esque illusions. I had this apartment complex, like I had this place in an apartment complex, and it was a townhouse or condominium or something. Anyway, it had like some woods behind it, right? And a particular time of the year, the light when sunset would shine through all the leaves in the woods, and it created the most fantastical like dance of shadows. It was like I've never seen anything like it before. It was like a fire and it didn't look like leaves at all, but it was like people and objects and things were dancing. It was a type of transparency from all the leaves and branches moving. That's, you really can't, I've never seen any way to create that. It just had the perfect amount of woods, the right angle of the light and everything to where, and the right space from the woods to the wall. It's only on one wall, through the light, through the window that you can see this. So there's lots of things like that happen. And people would be like, if that was a spirit, would be like, oh, that's when the person died or some kind of thing. And it wasn't. It was just, it's really intricate, like, scene. And people would be like, oh, that someone's life passed before their life. So I wrote about that. I said that supernatural resonance, offering confinement, matrix out hieroglyphic-esque walls, create over generations, and making to find them things. Search for the use of natural formation of spiritual illusions, like what might have caused a disturbance naturally with reflection of light and smoke. Also, radio frequency shielding with copper boxes. Lots of strategies. Illusion of teleportation. This is a good one. Illusion of teleportation. 3 drones towing 1 screen, and 1 drone and an extra drone tows a projector. So you have a screen and you have a projector, and they're all towed by drones. So at night, in particular, a large screen towed won't be seen. You won't be able to notice that it's a screen. And it could be right up on you, right? Like it could be right in front of you, and you wouldn't know it. And the projector is able to project illusions of teleportation at extreme speed onto the screen in any form. So you can have like these light forms that dance around the sky really fast, or you can actually have like aircraft that like fly at you and then like all of a sudden teleport to another place like at super speeds, and it's just a screen sitting in front of you that you can't notice that it's just a screen. This is good for decoys and camouflage leading aircraft. So the screens can arrive first and quickly hover unknown over enemy, and visually cloak us and distract with whatever drawing them 2 parts of the sky and away from and wherever we need them.
Hey Siri, call Mom. Food. Scratch. Outside. Food. Hey Siri, call Mom. Hey Siri, call Mom. Outside.
Luckily, 4 regions of the brain are responsible for consciousness: insular cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, medial prefrontal cortex, and cerebellum. The prefrontal cortex is not even essential and can be removed. Then Carson's work shows us how the other areas can be cut in half most of the time at birth and have almost no effect on the person throughout their life. This shows us how easily it can be to transfer these operations externally. This means we can stint consciousness from the brain by alternating between the brain's 4 regions of consciousness using lucid dreams as a monitor, while scanning to adjust activity stints for those regions until we consciously see our brain sleeping. Lucid dreams, when you wake up in the morning, can be used to lessen grief. Keep from going insane by being with your past loved ones every time you wake up. Focus on your hands and your mind. When falling back to sleep and you can envision anything and be in control for a while. Beware of evil neighbors who will use those times to put you in hell instead, though.
how to sketch surrealistically automation. So paranoia curve method work. So make large marks. Detailed marks are like far forms, they can overlap. Like the more, the smaller the forms, the more overlapping. And, you gotta remember to break the horizons. The work, it really it pulls upon your visual memory a lot and your surroundings. So like your forms and what you think of as good will end up being built into your work and your ideas and thoughts and things. So I was trying to like throw like a large focus off the page. You know, like a large focus to be off. There's no rules with like how you make a focus or anything. Main thing is like large marks can't overlap, and then you want to add perspective, and then the smaller marks can overlap, and that's it really. You know, add detail into it to make nice forms, you know. I found that like if the Freudian like process, you know, like if it's getting like too profane in your mark making, the more right angled the forms are, the less you have to deal with it, like, you know, fighting the man level or fighting the woman level. You know, most of the time people only worry about fighting the man level. You know, you don't want like men level like showing up in all your work, you know, so right angle everything, you know, really kind of solves that. Spin the page around too, that helps with your perspective on things. Another thing that works is to get really good at this. So it's already turning out pretty good, you know. Your mind will start being able to see it better the more you sketch on it. The more time you put in, the better you get at it. Yeah. So, and one thing is you don't lose the skill. It's something that kind of sticks with you. I think so, anyway. For me, it always sticks with me. And I just like progressively get better at it. before it stays like the same, you know. It's like real quick at first, you know, and then kind of like pans out and you get major advances and stuff. But you know, this is it. This is just like a technical skill, you know, like craft, and it's just like flowering, you know, your ideas and things. Like something nice to add to your work. Also, it can be used for alternative sensory perception of things. Like, you got an idea in your mind, you can use it to explore that. So, like, say you have an idea of like a form in your mind. If you start sketching in this manner, like the idea will be portrayed, but it will be like a mutation of it, but it will be there. So it might take a while looking at it. Anyway, you can also fold the page, and I like to fold it in half like this, like several, like that, like half a cross in there. So you fold it in half, you know, fold it in half again. The sketches go pretty fast, you know, like, you can spend like several hours on them, you know, make them really good, but at first, you know, you want to spend like a few hours or so, but then you get real quick at it, and you can make really effective ones in like 30 minutes. But they're not all going to be hits, you know, you're going to have some good ones and some bad ones, you know, and I also found that the more caffeine you have, actually, like, the better they are, like, more detail and stuff somehow, I don't know. Also, stay away from Advil. Advil will make it worse. So, like, it's not as good if you have Advil, like, if you get injured or something, you gotta take Advil or you're sick or something. So, just caffeine or nothing at all, you know, makes really good work. And then, if you add Advil to it, or any beer or anything like that, like, you'll be, like, it's noticeably different, like, in the quality level. So fold the page up is a good strategy too, you know. Create small works. It's the way to like really start and get good at it. So like large marks, I was saying don't let the large marks overlap. And this is with ink. If you're using pencil, you can let the large marks overlap. You can like erase. There's really no need to use pencil. You just use ink if you want. And then you add perspective marks. And then you can add the details. You'll notice that on your large mark making, you'll end up like getting in a rhythm where you start making some small detail marks. And then you add the small. You want to break the horizon. That's important. That's one thing that Roberto Mata will kind of do, but he wouldn't do it to the max. You know, and in the distance, you can add like little mountain forms, and clouds are really effective. If you add some clouds in there, like varying cloud forms, that really gives you a sense of depth. It's something you can really latch on to. Even if they're not clouds, if they're kind of like similar to clouds, it'll help you. So, it's a very good thing to build. Yeah. So this would be like one panel, and then you switch to another one. You don't want to make all the panels filled up. Just fill up some of them. You don't even have to like look at the piece you're drawing before, because they'll automatically connect. Like it's really interesting how like the sketches will like be very similar and they almost always are able to be put together like a puzzle piece, you know. And if you keep track of like what's going on in your day and stuff like that, like interesting results happen from that. You know, being able to combine ideas maybe and things, you know. Well, that's not far-fetched. You don't really gotta keep track of anything, I don't know. So you see how like I'll do like large forms and then I'll go into perspective and then detail. You don't have to do all your large marks and then all your perspective and then all your details. You can do some large marks, some perspective, and some detail. You know, you can mix it around the order of events, but it's always a large mark. And then you flower the large mark, perspective marks, and like depth marks, you know, like small to large, to mimic the form often, or just like branch off from the form. Like I was saying, the right angles help keep from. So this would be like another form here, another panel is built. And you see what I'm saying about the combination here, and then you just connect these, you know, just add some extra marks there, connect the forms. Make them look, another thing is you don't want the illusions to, you don't want the forms to make your mind work too much, because it becomes disturbing to your, it becomes like annoying to try to complete, like, those impossible connections. So like, you don't want like a large form to go behind a smaller form and stuff. Like, you don't want the background to really, I guess that's not really a rule. I just found that it's kind of like annoying to the eye. It's kind of like wallpaper that doesn't match, you know? I don't know, I guess that's okay, you know, it just depends on what you're doing. So I guess it's not a thing. There's no real rules, but it's just a strategy to be able to make work like this. You see how like it's easily bound when you fold it up like this, and that helps out a lot. And so let's start on the other side here. I'll make a couple more panels over here. See, large marks. And then you add the perspective in there. Create these like little like places. Spin the paper around a lot. You can leave it in one place, but you get better results if you spin it around a lot. Spin the paper, canvas, whatever you're doing. It doesn't have to be ink. Paint works good. See, notice how it's ink. It's a good idea to work with ink because it's usually translatable into like paint, you know. But like I was saying, like it's best to like create blueprints for the painting and like combine these sketches into works that go on canvas. Because it's really easy to make them, but they're not like money every time. Like it's better to like collage the builds of like map. But then that's more production work. But then to fill it in anyway is like production work. So you know. Anyway. So these little like mountain-esque kind of things in the background. Nice. Let's do another panel here. And you can also do it like that, but I find that I found when I was learning this stuff, developing it, it took a while to develop it, but to learn it, it's like real fast. Like, I won't teach you or tell you how to make this stuff. You gotta figure it out on your own. People will tell you stuff like to scribble things, you know, like create like scribbles, and that's supposed to, you know, refine from that and trace the scribbles and things. That's not as effective as this. It's very difficult to get here. At first, you just be working with the order of events. You know, you won't know what to do. You know, you don't really know how to approach it, and then you find, you know, after 10, 20, maybe 50 sketches, like, oh, I go large marks to some perspective in there, to the detail. so you can combine it. You can even see in this, like, there ends up being this, like, laziness, like, kind of a thing. Like, you're just so focused on what's going on over here in this other panel that you don't really want to build in this new panel. And it's a lot of fun just to build a new panel, but you can't, like, your mind won't let you be able to see outside of this one panel. You get better at it, but, like, you guys are starting out, right? You get that right out the gate. It's best to just work in the two panels and then open it up. So there we go, we got like 2 going there. We got 2 over here. And they're pretty like, they're pretty matched up, right? Like, and then you want to like connect these, and then you can add the appropriate like kind of, real good composition you want. So, you know, like if you already have some forms you think are large and really going off the page, maybe you don't want to add a lot of perspective here, and this would just be like your cloud forms, you know? Or if it's like way too detailed and you need to add larger forms, that's what you can do in these spaces. Or if you need some like really large focus or something, you can add that in there. But you can really dish them out, you know. Stuff, it's never used really. People don't really know how they're using it. They're always like fighting to get to that like comical level, and they don't know how to like build. It's kind of like just build it on your own, and then mutate the forms in your mind, and like rotate them, and then work from there, you know, instead of, I have this idea in my mind, it has to be exactly that, and it just looks like garbage, you know. It's better to just work with this, and then you see the form, and then once it's on the paper, it's much easier to build it. Just like if you saw it in light, you can draw it like a lot easier. The other thing that's like that is like trying to remember a song. You know, like, well, I get this song in my mind, I'm gonna try to sing it. You're not gonna remember all the notes, right? Same thing with this. You get the forms out there, even though it might not be 100% on time, it's still it. And then you can build it how you want to build it. So we got the large marks here. Add the perspective. And then let's add another large mark. And the echoing of the forms is also really nice. And they don't have to be like directly behind each other. If you go sporadic, like around, they end up being quite nice. And you go like below and then little small ones. You don't have several the same size. So you're not going to find much for people telling you how to sketch like a dark Armada. It's not an easy thing to learn how to do on your own. And I haven't seen anything about anybody, you know, showing people how to do it. I haven't really seen too many people be able to sketch like this. Like, you'll never know how to do this. Now you guys know. So, whoever. So, yeah. So, like, we got a pretty good thing going here. So, let's go ahead and get the horizon going pretty good. And this is the strategy you want to make, you know, when you're starting out, like holding the paper. Get the light in there pretty good. Add the mountains in the background, maybe some mountainous forms. People really like seeing that. People always like really good responses, like, oh, I really like the mountains. You know, even though they're not really mountains, it's like forms of mountains. So. And then, you know, like a circle in there, you know, for like a sun that's kind of nice, or a moon. And then, you know, sometimes if you like darken in the area with like a light, like that's the background, you know, or like an exploding form, you know, that'll help. So, that'll take a lot of time. That's just a quick thing here. But you add a nice form there. I'm kind of tired right now. It's time to pass out. But this one's not bad. And at the edges, you know, darken edges, you guys know how to do this. It's basically. And then the forms here. Just leave it like this. So, and then you don't have to have it all be the same scenery, you know, like, okay, so that's an exploding form there. Like, it's kind of like water things going on. Like, you just leave that, you know? Sometimes in the distance it'll be too dark, so I'm gonna add the darkness back in where the explosion is. Also, there's like a little halo you'll see in Monk's work. It's quite nice to add in there, add some more focus to the focus. I'm gonna add, I want to be about that explosion. It's kind of nice. Yeah, maybe I'll leave this little form in here. I don't know. That'd be kind of nice. Let's see, we need to cover that up or not. What do you think? It's not bad. Anyway, that's how you do that. You get a real nice sketching thing going there. It's called like automation. The automation doesn't really, it's not really like that. It's like finesse automism. Which I was always taught it's called a paranoia critical method, because you're drawing on forms from around you. You know, you don't have complete control, though you're in control. And Dolly would run off the face about it, but we all knew what he's doing, you know, and he really pushes the limits too. So, yeah, but it's basically like you make these forms, which are obviously pulled from what's around you in your visual memory, and then you turn them into, you know, real nice things that you're picturing in your mind. They won't be exactly it. So, but then Dolly, he'd go and get, you know, he'd collage in like the real forms and stuff into it. Mata didn't do that. Roberto Mata, he would like just leave this like it is and really push this. Dolly, I don't think could really do this too good. Like, his work doesn't really do this. Like, he really into pulling in like collage into it. You know, so that's not necessary. You don't need to do that. So Mata is like, you know, the best, you know, surrealistic painter, you know, but Dolly's the best surrealistic artist, you know, so he really experimented with things. Mata really pushed his painting and writing. So yeah, hopefully that was helpful.
How to be an artist. You're an artist. How to be an artist. How to be an artist. You're an arts and crafter or technician until you invent once. Once inventing, even if unknown, all actions before and after are artwork. Be an artist with one invention. Artists are classified poorly. You're not an artist if you haven't invented once. Artists are rare, you know. There's not really too many of us.
Mechanisms of flight can be
You only gotta invent one thing to classify as an artist, and then all actions, even if unknown, even if the inventions are known, all actions before and after are artwork.
Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made matter.
Most artists are actually arts and crafters or technicians.
Externalized minds traveling in person limits and returning force in God.
It's easy to create an invention when you're told to invent, like, since birth. And it's easy to be classified as that, like, even if it's because it doesn't have to be a large invention, it can be a small invention, part of a larger invention, which an infant's, like, perspective and interpretation of the world can do, which is very interesting, you know. The event has to be heavy, though, you know, just because it's a smaller part of a larger invention doesn't take from the weight of it.
Starlight matrix signal structures arriving before first massively flood deflection of wave particles in return paths of each of the 19 to 1,000.
Most people think of you as artists, but actually arts and crafters honing technical skills. Copying is a craft. You know, it's not art. So, it's something, you know, to invent requires combining several ideas to create a feasible new idea. ketchup and mayo, not ketchup and jelly. And not just ketchup and mayo, it's got to have like 7 ingredients and things. For example. So all it takes is one invention, and then all action before and after our artwork. And then also, if you include algorithmic translation guides, which often automatically happen, all the people, all actions around you are transformed into your artwork and become artwork. Your real audience is military branches, supercomputer, not the government. So whichever branch you're closest to, that supercomputer, the range since birth, is your audience. Because the military is hundreds of trillions of dollars, and popular media is only hundreds of billions of dollars. So that's your audience. That's all you know. So you can work with this and get better at work for her. First time, it's I think it because that's how we were first, males were first to be calibrated with machines, so first to have our minds externalized, which is required for that. So the most powerful ones are going to be male, because they're going to be the oldest ones. But who knows, I guess it could change up, And the core of the supercomputer that your audience carry. Anyway, I should probably go into this later. But you can work with them, by infinitely translating the actions into each other with algorithms that they translate for you, that the supercomputers build out for you. So this can help with swarming, social media swarm kind of thing, like swarming masses, and also information flow. And if you're a good person, there's a lot of things, So that's how to be an artist there. It's not that difficult, and the amount of words spoken, but it's not easy. Especially because the mind can't invent things unless you're like taught since birth to invent. It's not easy to invent something. So, yeah.
Stop, Daniel.
Before processions start, motion route self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting, composing music with AR sensors, surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a campus. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor empower airmen. Moving your hands and your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have, and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands and your mind. So this work gives power into the super lush dreams and leads you through with sound activating visuals, taking cues from those movements censored by AR. Lucid dreams used as monitor stints your consciousness from the brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against death.
Solar matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources instantly focusing full light particles. Mechanism signal can explore beyond the horizon of full light or sync. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning and mortalize the existence.
Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves to particles throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us, because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself.
Optimize externalization of all processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of citizens to multiple states of consciousness, radical amazement, work function, malfunctions, the foundation of external mind control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience, and control further empowered with layering augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play audibles. We read whether we have formed light waves to particles throughout time to the source, allowing us to see what we build at the edge of the observable universe and what the mechanisms bring back before sin. We travel the universe in moments to anywhere thought throughout time. We are alone in intelligence. Young or slightly older than us equals publicly known. Traveling with mechanisms of light is simple and massive numbers if existing. Old equals publicly known.
No enemies have existed, because we have almost solved war for ourselves. No species or tech that is kept 100% secret always leaves in resources. (1999) Quantum eraser experiment is a reader of the future and past waves to particles that can be used as binary. So when, in the future, you can rewrite what is being read from the past to communicate, and vice versa. We can build mechanisms composed of light similar to how computer projectors working using the quantum eraser experiment focused on outer space light sources. Computer projectors work using the quantum eraser focused on outer space light sources. This process allows us to build mechanisms at the edge of the observable universe horizon that allows us to build mechanisms at the edge of that mechanism's horizon in millionths of a second, then continue the process to wherever light. We can collect information from the journey and return. When returning, we can rearrange and clear light particles in the return path to get back before it's sent. We can get to and communicate information from anywhere thought and any thought throughout time. The quantum eraser is a very basic and powerful thing in the universe. The simple concept of a lens of any kind or a focusing convex shape automatically focusing waves to particles has a lot of implications, and looks like is what has focused it, and looks like it is what has formed the universe, or at least is responsible for the unaccounted for gravity with time rewrites called black matter. Like a shield for planets that assert there will stay formed, the universe constantly rewriting time. We don't talk about this because of the war with the RC, Russia, China, but we are alone in intelligence in the universe. There are creatures out there, but with the medieval level at most. The tech to travel is so basic and quickly and naturally learned. If they existed, we'd be flooded like exponential cell phone omnipresence allows. The natural quantum eraser tech uses eyes also to focus light waves to particles and actually sends our minds like mist and asserts the most basic request into the rewrites of time. Intelligence compounds quickly with the time travel and future request process. We wouldn't have what we have now if we had been hit with one of those overdue mass extinctions like what keeps hitting all the other creatures. Our ancient Earth has already been in existence for a third of the age of the universe, and our galaxy has been here since the beginning of the universe. Fascinating how the Earth is never emphasized about how old it actually is in comparison to the rest of the universe. And for the first third of the universe, it was a lot more violent. We really got going out the gate, constantly working on building intelligence to defend ourselves. Young but slightly older than us equals publicly known to us in the news and all the time, with established relationships and culture with us. Because traveling the universe and time traveling is very basic, and there would be massive numbers if they existed. There would be so many, we would literally be flooded in. There would be so many, we would literally be flooded in crazy projections of folks from all over the universe. Old equals publicly known because they would have no... Old equals publicly known because they would have no enemies if they existed, and no war because we'd have almost solved war for ourselves. So they would have nothing to fear by being here. And we would be flooded in them because the quantum racer experiment allows us to be everywhere thought and everywhere throughout time. There would also possibly be a vast resource needed in our energy efficient creative computing power that our brains off. Also, there is no species or technology that is kept 100% secret. There are always leads and resources that precede the technology or species. There's always a preceding collection of resources. There's always a preceding collection of things that form before the discovery. And there are like never vast leaps. The tech broadcast so expansive with the quantum eraser experiment, it would flood us, or at least have detected, or at least have been detected in mass numbers. So we should have some sort of concrete lead of numerous legit broadcasts and acts detected, because rewriting light is extremely basic and can move galaxies and all kinds of omnipotent acts of dramatically bending time and space. The quantum eraser experiment makes the universe so malleable with our intelligence, even with the use of basic, simple machine-esque tech combined with it. Quantum eraser experiments focused on spacelight is a good artwork medium. So like, you can you can use it to sculpt and like hold your artwork up to the stars and record what your eyes are seeing around you and stuff. Also, if you like tell the stars, you know, because it records your mind like a mist, you can like tell them to like protect you, you know, like, and like give it orders like hone in through the microwave radiation in my car that is like the radio static, you know, because that's what radio static is, microwave radiation from the edge of the observable universe. So like you can use that to like, you know, try to protect yourself, you know. Anyway, it's an interesting concept, and like I'd like to study in more detail radio static and things like that. But I don't know what kind of results that would get. I'm really interested in studying that stuff at like, you know, different sites and things to see what static really does. I don't know, maybe that's garbage, but it's interesting and it's legit. You know, like the reason it would be garbage is because there's so much stuff in the way, you know, that but I don't know, we'd probably cut right through it with our requests. So yeah, I mean, it'd be very grainy though, I think. It would have a lot of distortion, and yeah. Anyway, it's there's definitely something to that. Oh yeah, mechanisms of projector drone camo, extreme speed could be a good thing for this. So like, you know, you can create the illusion
of alien spacecraft, like, pretty easily. If you had, like, 3 drones, right? 3, like, quadcopters that tow a screen, and, like, if you had a 4th quadcopter with, like, one of those cell phone projectors that could project onto the screen so that the mechanism shown could be large and then, like, teleport all around the screen. You wouldn't be able to see it at night. You know, it would just be dark. So all you would see is just the light of the projector, like, going all over the place. So that would be a really interesting thing to build. Is the illusion of teleportation and, like, extreme speeds and right angles that are impossible. That would just be an illusion. Like, the screen could be right up on you and you wouldn't be able to tell, and it could be showing these different patterns, you know. It can show anything, really. But, you know, if you wanted to make it more realistic, then you could do that. I mean, it would really freak out, you know, one of your buddies or something.
Meaning of life is immortalizing existence. What is the meaning of life? Is a trick question easily arrived at when you break down what's life doing. You know, like, life as a thing, like, what is it up to? Life is trying to immortalize existence, not itself necessarily. So not even Earth or universe, but existence. And not eliminating evil, just focus on existence, immortalization, because existence is good. It seems like intelligence is a self-defense the universe created in us because we are it, and, you know, I just found out, proven by the quantum racer experiment, sculpting starlight mechanisms traveling the universe in moments, that we're it, you know, there's no other intelligence. We're unable to talk about how we're alone intelligence because the universe, because of the world or sea. Once war's over, the enemy, once war's over with the enemy, this will be widely accepted. Apollo earned us the right to consume life because we defend Earth. You know, there's nothing else on Earth that can, like, defend Earth itself. You know, like, the animals can't, like, stop the asteroids and all kinds of crazy things from happening. Like, we're it, you know, and it's extended in the universe, like, we're it for the universe as well, you know, in existence, like, we're it. You know, if we got to, we're gonna restart the Big Bang to keep the universe from going cold. You know, we'll start it all over. So, yeah, it seems like with our time travel skills increasing, we'll be able to isolate evil from us. So we're left with infinite washes of highs. So it seems like, you know, time travel that is proven with rockets into the future and quantum racer experiment into the past. We're going to be left with infinite washes of highs and evil will be isolated. So yeah, monks are definitely working on other things, not figuring out the meaning of life, because it's quick. You know, I stumbled on it quickly through figuring out the limits of archival processes, which is a very stress component of artwork. Like, you really gotta have things like lasting, and people make a big deal out of it, though they make a big deal about it going the other way. So I sat there for, like, I guess it was about 6 months, like, intensely creating work that doesn't expire, you know, like building ways to make things that don't expire. And I stumbled upon the meaning of life through that, you know. So, because quickly, when you're trying to think about how to make things last, then you're like, oh, whoa, that's everything, you know? That's how I stumbled upon it. Tortured living like a monk since 2012. Firing snaps about 9 optimize internalization of all processes of our mind, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses and stream alternate states of consciousness, radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures for calibrating ears and eyes for exercise. Sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions for perfect energy conservation and production of the portfolio strengthening of your mind's ability to information time travel, depths of length. Lucid dreams can be used as a monitor. Waking up in the morning. Move your hands and your mind when falling back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience and control, further empowered with wearing augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play harmony. Time travel exists. Being omniscient, solving, shipping for the day. God exists.
Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves, particles, from time and source. Time travel into the future is supported on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving the point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like Beetle is not isolated from others. The timeline is being preserved until God is really good at time travel to free himself. Switches
unused actions consciously. Stock market nanosecond trades of factory workers, tasks, completion. It's a new system of pay built with minimal standard and high incentive of production today. Every time you produce an action, including thought, you're paid for the action through sensors. System of readings for us 100,000 in currency with 3 seconds to complete existing orders with 3 minutes, with every 3 minutes printed reports.
Workforce start categorizing Antarctica, grandma aerial seen in Rinwazi, source permafrost signaling Giza glyphs, star matrix spectral lighthouse with Congo volcano lightning, aerodynamic soot magnet, space elevator remains at Libya Sudan border.
Bigger contract here with a plane with an active phone on the TV is the maintaining of culture and values. Einstein.
U.S. cell towers put on the same powerful space station using the U.S. as a campus. The power moves of the cell tower area rapidly gaining interest. Gimmicky homepage titled with exact news titles surges the cell tower. Select next cell towers prints on USA with gimmicky homepage retitled Cell Towers Areas News. Sketching with the towers broadcast into space guards us.
U.S. military neutralizes the enemy and never kills because the enemy is not human. Silence with 5 tasers killing cells. Augment reality with a jewel case hanging from a cell on cap belts.
Immortalization, externalize, bind, and freeze. Travel the universe in a moment, then clear light to allow to arrive before sent with matrices of viewed stars, light waves to particles.
Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to align instantly focusing on light particles. Mechanisms signal can explore beyond our horizon and clear light arriving before set. Script externalized lines to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
In God we trust, epicenter bounding, immortalizing existence, star matrix, spectral, squabbling, cryonic, expounding, Vegas, nitro, solar sands, camera, fog screen, swarms, teleportation, remote control, radio, TV static, that is, microwave radiation from the edge of the visible universe, mechanizing slits, instantly rewriting waves to particles to their sources. Entrance level plexiglass, reflecting pull roof of a cellar studio in a burning house, highlighting a grove giant as night lit Tree forms robed acting voices towering Woolsworth, magnet shield from Gadsden, Aegean snake mapping Wall Street, ancient tunnels to Hellfire Club, Halloween fairs, innovation competition earning ancient flight mainframe technology, $500 man of the year, grandfather, clock card, and pool table, coffin coolers with meal evolving symbol set, whiskey shot magnets, activating a landscape beneath clear chest levels, changing elevation, investing, quadcopter exoskeletons, sustaining, frozen, grand lodging catacombs.
U.S. owns Antarctica. U.S. intelligence collaboration at Pinhead, Mahal can actually defend Earth with SMS. Apollo artists are right to consume because we defend Earth. Time travel does not create parallel universes. Our memories have a resilience to the changes, often allowing us to remember before changes. Starlight matrix signal structure reminding before set push massively flood deflection of wave and particles and return paths of each of the 19 to 1,013.8 billion light-year horizons traveled in between. Translation guides weight our actions multiplying diversified production of society swimming to us. All actions controlling your portfolio feeds with production, never straying from your morals. Mind being externalized. Mind externalized. Mind frozen sustained by EMS. U.S. cell tower news storage choreography broadcasting into space. Cube sound neutralizing stalkers. 4 human beings in visor and stylus. Nutrients maximizing innovation. Translation guide multiplying diversified production of innovation information. 4 human beings in visor augmenting reality. Google mapping live cast. Memory access and studio level. Antarctica cryonics spectral. Quantum laser double slit alignment and Nick live video. Quantum laser double slit binary builder. Quantum laser double slit binary inbox. Spectral sketching. Spectral shielding. Travel the universe in moments down cloud light arriving before set. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession can start exporting the 2,000 impoverished U.S. daily deaths cheaper than cremation. Once started, servicemen's Antarctic organs free burial export. Autism features intricate variations in unconscious expressions with supercomputer force mapping our experiences. Ancient flight mainframe lines of insane inertia runs creative computing and realizing existence. Founding fathers World Trade Center site, worship called origination Turkmenistan. Many outline Mayan murals, metallic satellites, external tech gaps, over us, engineering all supernatural news. Ones and zeros like randomly been translated by energy while speaking to supercomputers. World Trade Center complex guards as they move in front, back, acronyms translate lists. God is often busy fighting evil. Nevertheless, some operations by directly call you. Tell good buddies there to speak with them before you when available. I'll say malicious because American supercomputers with malicious happy never glyphs are attached to any technology escalade.
Minds externalized to binary streams and mechanized sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye and dilation of the eye and the stream of outer space light particles, records our surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Gradients of the lenses affects the stream of particles, the lenses, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lenses. Alright, I'm going to start over. Our minds externalize the binary streams and mechanized sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye, the dilation of the eye, and the stream of outer space light particles records the surroundings, also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Gradients of the lens affects the stream particles, the lens, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Mechanism heat can be used to affect magnetism, then collect and build observer lenses. Light being absorbed by our eyes, reflections and translucence behind, also absorbs thoughts in our mind from brain electricity printed on the eyes, sending our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light, checking the reproduction of the mind. Observer lenses might require particle-sized observer lenses. A lens of plastic or glass can be used over the eyes. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double slit experiment, quantum eraser experiment. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double slit quantum eraser experiment of 1999, theoretically first created as early as the 50s, aka there's evidence in all indigenous depictions of right-angled satellites before cities were born. A washroom window fractal fly lens surface of trillions of lenses should hopefully create detectable beams. Locating observer lenses at the edge of our observable universe horizon is easier than building new observers for this composition of galaxy clumping. Light mechanisms used like lasers and magnets rotate the observers as needed to sculpt the new observers and mechanisms at their edge. Drop the universal moments, then arrange and clear light to arrive before sent any thought throughout time using the quantum eraser experiment focused on light waves, particles, throughout time to their source. Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources instantly. Focusing all light particles, mechanism signal can explore beyond our horizon and clear the light or lighting before sent. Script externalized mind to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures showing heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling universal moments, then returning before sent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures showing heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling in universal moments, then returning before sent to any thought throughout time
with the quantum eraser experiment. Star matrix signals, quantum eraser double slits, light wave particle binary allows us to build spectral external mind structures, traveling the universe in moments and clearing light, arriving before scent to anywhere throughout time. Starlight matrix signal structures arriving before scent first massively flood deflection of wave and particles in return pass of each of the 19 to 1,000 billion light-year horizons traveled one to one. Optimize externalization of all processes of our mind's routine systems and creativity, with downloading and uploading memories, allowing resurrection and amplification of symptoms, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Malfunctions can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures that calibrate your ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation and immediate experiences until we remember and experience every single unconscious moment that's chosen and necessary, aka firing synapses, copy, not need.
Mechanisms of light build bending light through any heat and gravity, focusing cone compositions to create more heat and gravity. Mechanisms of light can be experienced within made of matter, coordinating pressures, chilling in air, cremation, distortion, while planning free land and firing Earth with gravitics, volcano process that listen to Roswell, delicate, company, actions to protect energy conservation and production, renewable fingers destructive, promoting reliability, so information time travel tips, streamline, your spectral signal spectrum sliding into or providing evidence transmissions to explore form defenses.
before processions start. Motion route self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting, composing music with AR sensors, surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a campus. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor empower airmen. Moving your hands and your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have, and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands and your mind. So this work gives power into the super lush dreams and leads you through with sound activating visuals, taking cues from your movements censored by AR. Lucid dreams used as monitor stints your consciousness from your brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against death.
Solar matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources, instantly focusing all light particles. Mechanism signal can explore beyond horizon of full light before seen. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
Time travel exists, creating omnipotence, dissolving chicken for the egg, proves God exists. Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves to particles throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you're at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself. Optimize externalization of all processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Downloads can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures to calibrate ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions to perfect energy conservation and production of your portfolios to strengthen your mortal mind's ability back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience and control, further empowered with wearing augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play audibles.
Meaning of life is immortalizing existence. What is the meaning of life? Is a trick question easily arrived at when you break down what's life doing. You know, like life as a thing, like what is it? Life is trying to immortalize existence, not itself necessarily. So not even Earth or the universe, but existence. And not eliminating evil, just focus on existence, immortalization. Because existence is good. Seems like intelligence is a self-defense the universe created in us because we are it, and you know, I just found out, proven by the quantum racer experiment, sculpting starlight mechanisms traveling in the universe, elements, with the foundation of order intelligence aren't able to talk about how we're alone intelligence because universe because of the world ever seen once war is over and the enemy once war is over with the enemy, this will be widely accepted. Hollow earned us the right to consume life because we defended Earth. There's nothing else on Earth that can like defend Earth itself. You know, like the animals can't like stop the asteroids and all kinds of crazy things from happening. Like we're it, you know, and it's extended in the universe. Like we're it for the universe as well. You know, in existence. Like we're it. You know, if we're back to, we're gonna restart the Big Bang. The Big Bang to keep the universe from going cold.
Less control.
You know, we'll start it all over.
Countered with
So,
reminders.
yeah, it seems like with our time travel skills increasing, we'll be able to isolate evil from us. So, we're left with infinite washes of highs. So, it seems like, you know, time travel that is proven with rockets in the future, a quantum racer experiment into the past. We're going to be left with infinite washes of highs and evenly isolated. So yeah, monks are definitely working on other things, not figuring out the meaning of life, because it's quick. You know, I stumbled on it quickly through figuring out the limits of archival processes, which is a very stressed component of artwork. Like, you really gotta have things like lasting, and people make a big deal out of it. So they make a big deal about it going the other way. So I sat there for like, I guess it was about 6 months, like intensely creating work that doesn't expire, you know, like building ways to make things that don't expire. And I stumbled upon meaning of life through that, you know. So, because quickly when you're trying to think about how to make things last, then you're like, oh, whoa, that's everything, you know. That's how I stumbled upon it. Tortured, living like a monk since 2012.
To rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself. Algorithm calibration to our autism features. Our movement movements and responses built into system map of surroundings using unused movements to calibrate algorithm portfolio production on the nanosecond. Conditioning our autism features to respond to questions of flipping on and off of switches on the nanosecond while having reports allowing the flipping of switches with unused actions consciously. Stock market nanosecond trades of factory workers, tasks, completion. This is a new system of pay built with minimal standard and high incentive of production pay. Every time you produce an action, including thought, you're paid for the action through sensors. System of readings for us 100,000 in currency with 3 seconds to complete existing orders with every 3 minutes printed reports.
Sea started catacomb in Antarctica, grandma burial scene in Rimjazi, source permafrost signaling Giza glyphs, star matrix spectral lighthouse with Congo volcano lightning, aerodynamic soot magnet, space elevator remains at Libya Sudan border.
The air concert tear with a plane with an active full TV is A. Maintaining of culture and values. Einstein.
U.S. cell towers periodically can send powerful space transmissions using the U.S. as a canvas. Empowered news of the cell tower area rapidly gaining interest. Gimmicky homepage titled with exact news titles surges the cell tower. Select next cell towers points on USA with gimmicky homepage retitled Cell Towers Areas News. Sketching with the towers broadcast into space guards us.
U.S. military neutralizes the enemy and never kills because the enemy is not human. Use warrior blood matrix layer sound points creating visuals. Silence with 5 tasers killing cells. Augmented reality with a jewel case hanging from a cell on cat bills.
Immortalizing existence. Immortalization, externalize mind and freeze. For series, matrices, compute stars, light waves, technologies.
Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to align instantly focusing on white black holes. Mechanisms, signal can explore beyond our eyes and clear up light, reminding our set. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
The God we trust epicenter bounding, immortalizing existence, starting spectral, swathing, crying, expounding, Vegas, natural, solar scenes, camera, box, screen, swarms, teleportation, radio, TV static, that is, microwave radiation from the edge of the visible universe, mechanizing slits, instantly rewriting waves to particles to their sources. Entrance level plexiglass, reflecting pool roof of a cellar studio in a burning house, highlighting a grove giant as night lit, tree forms robed acting voices towering Woolsworth, magnet shield from Gadsden, Aegean snake mapping Wall Street, ancient tunnels to Hellfire Club, Halloween fairs, innovation competition earning, ancient flight mainframe technology, $500 man of the year, grandfather, clock card, and pool table coffin coolers with meal evolving symbol set whiskey shot magnets, activating a landscape beneath clear chest levels, changing elevation, investing quadcopter exoskeletons, sustaining frozen grand lodging catacombs. US intelligence collaboration at Fusion can actually affect Earth with SMS. All Earth is right to consume because we defend Earth. Time travel does not create parallel universes. Online, our memories have a resilience to the changes often allowing us to read a world before changes. Starlight, matrix signal structure aligning before certain massively flood deflection of weight and particles in return paths of each of the 19 to 1,013.8 billion linear horizons travel moment to moment. Translation guides weight our actions multiplying diversified production of society's movement to us. All actions controlling the portfolio feeds of production never straying from your morals. Mind being externalized. Mind externalized. Mind frozen, sustained by EMS. US cell tower news storage choreography broadcasting into space. Cube sound neutralizing stalkers. Forwarding millions advisor and stylus. Nutrients maximizing innovation. Translation guide multiplying diversified production of innovation information. Forwarding billions advisor augmenting reality. Google mapping livecast. Memory access and studio level. Antarctica cryonic spectral. Quantum laser level sleep. Alignment and leg live video. Quantum laser level sleep binary builder. Quantum laser level sleep binary inbox. Spectral sketching. Spectral shielding. Travel the universe in millions down clear light arrival before set. USA servicemen's Antarctica possession can start exporting the 2,000 impoverished journalists daily deaths cheaper than cremation. Once started servicemen's Antarctic organs free burial export. Our autism features intricate variations in unconscious expressions with supercomputer cores mapping our experiences. Ancient flight medium pre-medium ones with insanity or children's creative computing and realizing existence. Founding fathers World Trade Center site, Russia, Cold origination, Turkmenistan. Many outrun Mayan murals, metallic satellites, extreme tech gaps, rovers, engineering models, supernatural news. Ones and zeros type randomly and translate binary to well-speaking supercomputers. World Trade Center complex guards asking moving front back translate lists. God is often busy fighting evil. Never mess up operation by directly calling him. Tell good buddies there to speak with them. Before you leave the building. Don't say delicious because ultimate supercomputers are delicious out there. Lines externalize the binary streams and recognize sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye, dilation of the eye, and stream of outer space light particles towards our surroundings, also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Radiance of the lenses affects the stream of particles. The lenses, and that lenses arch depending on the radius. Using heat to widen the lenses. Alright, I'm going to start over. Our minds externalize the binary streams and mechanized sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye, the dilation of the eye, and the stream of outer space light particles records the surroundings, also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Radiance of the lens affects the stream particles, the lens, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Mechanism heat can be used to affect magnetism and collect and build observer lenses. Light being absorbed by our eyes reflections and translucence behind also absorbs thoughts in the mind from brain electricity into upon the eyes, seeing our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light, checking the reproduction of the mind. Observer lenses might require particle-sized observer lenses. A lens of plastic or glass can be used over the eyes. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double slit experiment, quantum eraser experiment. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double slit quantum eraser experiment of 1999. Theoretically first created as early as the 50s, aka there's evidence in all indigenous depictions of right-angled satellites before a washroom window fractal fly lens surface of trillions of lenses should hopefully create detectable beams. Locating observer lenses at the edge of our observable universe horizon is easier than building neural turbines for this composition of galaxy clumping. Light mechanisms used like lasers and magnets rotate the observers as needed to sculpt the new observers and mechanisms at their edge. Of the universal limits, then arrange and encode light to arrive before sent in throughout time, using the quantum eraser experiment focused on light waves, particles, throughout time to their source. Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures, and outer space light sources instantly. Focusing all light particles, mechanism signals can explore beyond our horizon and clear the light before sent. Script externalized mind to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence. Mechanisms of flight can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures, showing heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling in universal moments, then return before sent any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures, showing heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling in universal moments, then returning before sent any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Star matrix signals, quantum eraser double slits, light wave particle binary allows us to build spectral external mind structures traveling in universal moments, including light arriving before sent anywhere throughout time. Starlight matrix signal structures arriving before sent first massively flood deflection of wave and particles in the term pass of each of the 19 to 1,013.8 billion light-year horizons traveled moment to moment. Optimize externalization of all processes of our mind's routine systems and creativity, with downloading and uploading memories, allowing resurrection and amplification of extreme alternating states of consciousness and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures that calibrate your ears and eyes exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary, aka firing synapses, copy not needed.
Mechanisms of light build many Releasing light through any heat and gravity, focusing cone compositions to create more heat and move gravity. Mechanisms of light can be experienced if it made of matter, gardening pressures, shelling heat air, while creating externalized lines, traveling the in-person movements, then returning the force sent to any dot throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment.
$2,000 times $500 equals $1 million. Million a day earned. Export barrel to Antarctica for $5 million. 2,000 confiscated U.S. debts unable to afford
on Mars program, drawing our cryonics to this destination, this elevation, distortion, orbiting pre-landed firing around us, orbiting cruisers that already your actions to contamination, to information text, streamline your exposures and selectors,
Unite all Americans against death. Before processions start, motion routes self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting, composing music with AR sensors, surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a campus. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor empower airmen. Moving your hands and your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have, and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands and your mind. So this work gives power into the super lush dreams and leads you through with sound activated visuals, taking cues from your movements censored by AR. Lucid dreams used as a monitor stints your consciousness from your brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against death.
Solar matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources, instantly focusing all light particles. Mechanism signal can explore beyond the horizon of clear light or even before seen. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
Time travel exists, creating omnipotence, dissolving chicken or the egg. Proves God exists.
Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves, particles, throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us. The
because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself.
Firing snaps of not needed. Lucid dreams, used as a monitor, offer malleability of consciousness necessary to stint components of the mind, allowing conscious viewing of the mind's brain, sleeping, Antarctic cryonic resorts cease mind from dying when brains stop firing legally. Immortal corporations earned us immortality. Optimized externalization of all processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures to calibrate your ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions to perfect energy conservation and production of your portfolios to strengthen your immortal mind's ability to information time travel, depths of length. Lucid dreams can be used as a monitor when waking up in the morning. Move your hands and your mind when falling back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience and control, further empowered with wearing augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play audibles. Firing snaps is probably not needed. Lucid dreams, used as a monitor, offer malleability of consciousness necessary to stint components of the mind, allowing conscious viewing of the mind's brain, sleeping, Antarctic cryonic resorts cease mind from dying when brains stop firing legally. Immortal corporations earned us immortality. Optimized externalization of all processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures to calibrate your ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions to perfect energy conservation and production of your portfolios to strengthen your immortal mind's ability to information time travel, depths of length. Lucid dreams can be used as a monitor when waking up in the morning. Move your hands and your mind when falling back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience and control, further empowered with wearing augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play audibles.
Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves to particles throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself.
Time travel guy. Space light mechanism of this level is a space-like quantum eraser build zone with mind, lucid dreaming, sent as mist. So it uses the shields of the quantum eraser experiment to build to shield your mind that is absorbed through the quantum eraser experiment behind your eye, and it sends your mind like a mist. I'd like to describe that a little more here. Let's see. How did I describe that? A simple mechanism that catapults to the next horizon. So our horizon is at like 18 billion years, and that's like a beginning. So what you do is you have a shield, a flood of light wave formed particles that deflect the particles and light waves that hit your information stream and absorb that to your rotated or built sphere, which is your lens that forms at the edge of the observable universe from here. And so that's like a direct path
It doesn't need to deflect anything because it's instantly rewritten throughout time for that source. Then, from that source, you're going to be in the past, 18 billion years in the past, and you want to go to the next horizon of current time or whatever. You're going to deflect and protect that information flow that has your shield that goes right to the source of the next horizon. And you can keep going horizon with this method. And so you can build multiple shields by hitting your source at a particular angle, just like when you play pool. So if you have several shields, just make sure you aim it right on the dime, and it will fray the point. It will hit the pool ball, it will hit your shield, and it will fray and continue to protect your information flow. While your information flow is on the dime, on the money, deflecting, it's traveling to your next observer, your next lens, the sphere. And then, when it's time to return, you hit the same or a new observer at the edge of our 18 billion year horizon, and then you'll be at the origin of that horizon, and then you fray again to get back to us, to present day, or to whenever you want to, because you can return before sin with this information flow. So your shield deflects all interference in the return path back to us. So the strategy is, the mechanism is, you go straight to the edge, then from the edge, you're all the way back at the beginning of the universe, and then you can aim that to any other horizon, to the next horizon. You can aim that at the next horizon, and then you have to rearrange light particles so that you're at present day in that next horizon. So you fray from our edge, which is the beginning, and absorb all distortion, and rearrange light particles to where you arrive to current day or before sin. And then you want to return, so let's just go a simple return and not worry about going further. So then you return back to our horizon, which is it's a straight shot back to the origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before sin. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors, and the scan of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not and your success or not through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting it at different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. There's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place, and then return. And once I know I can go into it further, but I've talked about it a lot before. But this is a nice thing to describe to you. Fighter squadron surfing tour. Squadron flies toward the beach
creating a wake that gets surfed. So when squadrons, which have all kinds of like air shows and demonstrations and executing strategies all the time, when they fly low to the ground, like on the water, they don't have those like speeds. It creates like waves and things. I think that would be a great thing for a surf show, like competitive surfing. You have the same exact wave. Like you could, it'd be really a good way to create a control for a surf competition. That way you really know who's the best surfer, because all of them will be surfing the same exact wave every time. Especially with Air Force technology, like they know exactly the height that they would need to fly at to create the same exact wave every time. Which is the same technology they have to use all the time for wind currents and things. And I bet they have to use it for water currents as well. And tides and things. It'd be a great demonstration of how powerful the Air Force is. Water collection, 1 inch of 1 mile equals millions of gallons of water. So if you collect water from like a tarp, it can fill up a water tank real quick. Be able to continue flying around the world, around the U.S. One of the ways to fill a water tank is through that. So rain, not only through the rivers and ocean. Solar studio with clear reflecting through the roof at ground level. I'd like to have a studio that has the ground level, the studio underground, it's a cellar. And the roof is clear, and the clear roof has a reflecting so that it refracts the light onto the walls that are created in space that are created. I really like the idea of being in a burned out house. That would be really awesome. Capture interesting spirit level images with water and interesting spirit level imagery by taking photographs through drops of water at electrical fields and places of historical significance. It's a really interesting shot through refracting things. And yeah, it's just a really nice way to see things in a new light. And the electrical fields it really does do things like that. It really does. It doesn't. I'm not saying the ghosts exist or anything like that. Even though we can create them, like quite easily with modern technology, like you can get really interesting like imagery that creates something that looks like a spirit of some kind. Supernatural resonance offering compliant. So there's a lot of people saying ghosts exist and things like that. Well, most of that stuff's like optical illusions and things. And it'd be nice to be able to study that with like several different methods that I've created that isolate the source of those illusions. And also, it would be a great way to create your own illusions as a place for your externalized mind to live. Like create your own ghost. Once your mind's externalized, you know. So, I like the idea of using like, I talked about the matrix and out of hieroglyphic as walls. Another thing you can do is, you don't have to use hieroglyphic walls. You can use like, cave paintings and caves themselves. And like live in spaces in the walls and the marks and wear them out in the same way time has weird ways things out. I know, I was kind of drawing a blank on like this master electrodes report that on optical illusions. And ways to actually create those modern technologies. Well, one way is with mechanisms like doing out of, you know, just goes out of plastic or glass or water. One thing that often I've noticed that you can really create really interesting shadows. So it's really limitless on times that, like certain times of the year, the ability to create like spiritual-esque illusions. I had this apartment complex, like I had this place in an apartment complex, and it was a townhouse or condominium or something. Anyway, it had like some wood time, right? And a particular time of the year, the light when sunset would shine through all the leaves in the woods, and it created the most fantastical, like, dance of shadows. It was like, I've never seen anything like it before. It was like fire, and it didn't look like leaves at all, but it was like people and objects and things were dancing. It was a type of transparency from all the leaves and branches moving. That's, you really can't, I've never seen any way to create that. It just had the perfect amount of woods, the right angle of the light and everything to where, and the right space from the woods to the wall. There's only on one wall, through the light, through the window, that you can see this. So there's lots of things like that happen. And people would be like, if that was a spirit, you know, would be like, oh, that's when the person died or some kind of thing. And it wasn't. It was just, it's really intricate, like, scene, you know. And people would be like, oh, that's someone's life passed before your life. So, what about that? I said that supernatural resonance, optical confinement, matrix out, hieroglyphic, walls, create over generations, in making to find many things. A search for the use of natural formation of spherical illusions, like what might have caused disturbance naturally, reflection of light and smoke. Also, radio frequency shielding with copper boxes. Lots of strategies. Illusion of teleportation. This is illusion of teleportation. 3 drones towing 1 string, and 1 drone and an extra drone tows a projector. So you have a screen, and you have a projector, and they're also like drones. So at night, in particular, a large screen towed won't be seen. You won't be able to notice that it's a screen. And it can be right up on you, right? Like, it can be right in front of you, you wouldn't know it. And the projector is able to project illusions of multiplication, extreme speed, onto the screen in any form. So, you can have like these light forms,
dance around the sky really fast, or you can actually have like aircraft that like fly at you and then like also teleport to another place, like super speed. And it's just the screen sitting in front of you that you can't notice the screen. This is good for decoys and camouflage in the aircraft. So the screen can arrive first and quickly hover unknown over enemies and visually pull us and distract whatever on the 2 parts of the sky and wait on and wherever we meet them. Firing synapse guide. The mechanism of this level is external mind structure, and the mechanism of light that the screen and heat on the cell phone. So the hand on a cell phone in the cold creates wind and heat that then focuses light through the lens and creates another lens of heat. It's just a simple basic building block of building a mechanism of light. A and I are not the only words in AI and the AIM symbol are not the only words in the alphabet. You can often say there's only a few words, but that would be the letter A, the letter I, and the symbol, which is like the original included out. So, but there's a lot more if you consider the two letters next to each other as one word, which our English alphabet is what's created for one purpose, and that was to write the Bible out. Like the formation of our alphabet was made in its current form to be able to write the Bible. So they're really educated about it. And they knew the end result was for the citizens. And that was, it ends up telling this story. But if you look at the words formed by, like, that are formed, like, almost every, there's like several, it tells a story of the devil being kicked out of heaven by God. Very interesting. I'll pull for us here in a little bit. Plugging you into the system. So there's the Matrix, right? It describes a story of how we're all being used as batteries. And that's actually accurate. But it's not about power. Like, we're not being used as power. Like how we're saving power is our brains create problem solving super efficient. So, and when we're asleep, like you can't build a computer like that can create problem solve like us without spending a lot of money and using a lot of energy, much more than our brains use. So when we're asleep, with lucid dreams, you can plug that into a system, and it can fix things like a factory or in a computer code our creativity can be used just like in the Matrix, you know, like we get plugged into the Matrix, and maybe that's why we don't remember a lot of our dreams. It's because we work on like all kinds of problem solving things. Anyway, I know for a fact that's going on, that our brains are capable of being plugged in, and probably are being plugged in into computer programs when we're asleep to where like factory working. And that's our primary value, I think, in our current state, is that we go to work every day to be self-sufficient and buy our food, and if we're good enough at what we're doing when we're asleep, we get, you know, like everything that happens to us while we're awake is used to form our brains when we're sleeping for the right, so that we're in the right mindset in our sleep state, dream state, plugged in into whatever system to maintenance those things there. Because you can't create a computer with this creative problem solving without spending a lot of money. Pyramid eagle on the back of the dollar bill. So the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill and the eagle is really interesting combination there. So you can create, like originally the pyramid, like the word pyramid in Egyptian is actually translated as earthbound star, earthbound stars. And so they got these glowworms in Morocco, and you can cover the pyramids in glowworms, and then eagles can eat them off, and like that would be this like all-seeing eye kind of like experience. You know, another thing about the pyramids that we'll talk about is that they're covered in limestone, and that can create beer when it rains on them. So when it was raining on them, they could, like, it was a big deal. Like, it's like, oh, there's that big thing in the distance. We can go over there and have this party with all these glowworms on there, like, creating this thing. And then when it's done and it starts raining, because they time it perfectly to the rain season, they got, like, this beer fest, like, drinking lots of beer that's created, alcohol that's created off the flow of the water, off the limestone. Anyway, it's a pretty interesting thing there. Ancient flight mainframe. So there's lots of evidence of right-angled satellites in indigenous artwork that is in the skies. So, like, it's in every culture they have like these right-angled things depicted in their artwork that is in the sky, floating in the sky, like a satellite that we have present day. And there's a lot of time between the Ice Age, the last Ice Age, and then the creation of modern society, or like the first cities and stuff. And that's very strange, you know, because as individuals, we invent a lot of stuff. You know, we invent a lot of things. And so, it's, I think that's a way to create a peace, is to unite all to, like, Judaism through ancient flight mainframe evidence, because Judaism was like, you know, one of the first, it's like, it's oldest religion. And the oldest cities, like one of the oldest cities, they say there's some older cities than Babylon, I think is what they call it. But it's an ancient city, and I think that it's a satellite city, and I think we'll be able to create a world peace if we can link, if we can find evidence of similar like of these satellite structures. Because I have this idea that like people naturally collect into search for wisdom and things, you know. So they would like travel
like in this ice age, like the smartest people would survive, and then they would naturally gather in that area of above Mesopotamia. I think it's in like Turkmenistan desert from what I was reading and what I've seen on Google and stuff. And it could be people trying to steer me wrong, but I'm probably not the only person who thinks this. But yeah, if we find evidence of it, then we sure way to world peace. And it's so easy to externalize. I mean, it's like a vast number of years of like super collaboration. So let me read my notes here, what I got about it. Where is this? Ancient flight mainframe made of wise men, Sandman, our cheap minds' creative computing, immortalizing existence. Founding fathers, World Trade Center, site Russia, calling origination Turkmenistan. Many outline Mayan murals, metallic satellites, extreme tech gaps over us, engineering all supernatural moves. So it really, ancient flight mainframe composed not of aliens, because aliens are disproven by the quantum racer experiment. Like intelligent life beyond our own is disproven by the powerfulness of the quantum racer experiment, which I've talked about before. These all leads us to know that whether it's time travel or not, that wise men, ancient wise men, because there's this time gap in society and when our brains were exactly what they are today, that there's enough time there to have created a society that, and I don't necessarily think that it would be this mass society. I think originally it probably was like all the wise, like a really smart guy went around collecting wise people, right? And then these people end up building computers, right, and flight, and they end up building, like, externalizing their minds eventually, and creating like an ancient flight mainframe. So like they create this, they create satellites, and they're not like mass, they're not like flooding, you know. I think that it's just like one city. I think because it's very inclusive. Like you have to be supervised or expelled. You know, maybe not. You know. But yeah, and like they end up doing the Sandman thing, like finding that like you can plug your brains into it, and then they figure out like, hey, we need as many people as possible to create problem solving to be able to like immortalize existence, which is the meaning of life. And that's found like really quickly, like you don't have to have any technology at all to take a look at life and know that the meaning of life is immortalizing existence. It kind of be nice to have that separation between this like thing we see in the movies and like what is the meaning of all life, you know? Like they kind of say it's like, oh, it's impossible, it's just a joke. It is really basic to figure it out. It takes a second, but it's really basic. So, when I was at the World Trade Center, I was like searching the map for Monster World Trade Center complex. I was searching Google Maps for the origin, you know, of where it might actually be, the original city. And it looks like there's this like strange thing in the Turkmenistan desert.
where it looks like Russia is citing a place. Like, it's randomly in Turkey, and then all of a sudden they have, like, some Russia thing. Like, it has this, like, strange marking on the map that calls out this place. And if you zoom in on it, it has, like, this strange character that's probably not really there. But they did that all the time. Anyway, I think it would be something interesting to go see. And then right beside it, they have this, like, crater, you know, that... And it's going to be buried, and it's still going to be functioning. So, like, it's still going on, because a society of wise men, like, theoretically never fails. Like, it's not going to fail. You know, so that's still in existence. And the original guy is immortal, and he made some other guys. And I'm sure they put a cap on it, because you can't, you know, because we'd be flooded in it. You know? And it seems like it was exclusive anyway, because we have all kinds of stuff like that around. Maybe that's what it is right now. Anyway, I know that city more than likely exists. And that type of city exists anyway, because we have time travel, you know. So, we got that. Anyway, we have many murals and indigenous artwork that depict metallic satellites with, like, right angles. It's not like they're depicting plasma or asteroids or comets. Like, they got these squares in the sky. And that's really interesting. And we know it's not aliens. You know, it's us. So, we know it's either time travel, which we know exists, because it's recorded on rockets, and the quantum eraser experiment rewrites light waves and particles throughout time to the source. So if you get really good at it, you're able to do things like that. And by that existing, it kind of that extreme tech gap, which already exists. Extreme tech gaps already exist between what the government has and what we have. So, like, where that tech gap ends, it's not far-fetched, because what we have, like, with computers, is nothing compared to what the government has with computers. And then what the government has is nothing compared to what the Air Force has with computers. And so, what they have could be, you know, where does it end? Where does the line end? Like, where does history end? Does it continue to go way back in the past where the Air Force can already go anyway? That's what I'm saying. So, that's how that works. So that kind of, like, engineers all supernatural things. Like that tech gap. So you can't, there really isn't anything supernatural. You always, it's because we can build it. Like, any kind of, like, crazy thing that you see, like, we've always been, like, there's no one older, there's no one alive today that wasn't alive when at least radio was around. You've always been submerged in, like, the ability to create illusions. So that completely, like, takes away the idea that you can be any kind of, like, crazy thing beyond. Like there's not gonna be, like, werewolves or ghosts or, like, vampires or anything like that. You know, there's no aliens. Because Occam's razor cuts all that out if you can naturally explain with technology and illusions and pranks and things. So, yeah. The design of a hospital bed or a deathbed neutralizes the lack of control and increases the intimate experience. So, you need to have a successful viewing that's not painful, like a 360 video on YouTube. You got to ground. You gotta add, like, you gotta get past your car. You which is that video that one actually won some sort of Grammy or something, not a Grammy. So you gotta have, like classroom in a higher, something like that, where you can't move around, you can look around. Otherwise, you get irritated at what you're looking at. This is a dark subject here. Either morphine overdoses you, or your heart tears it up. Or your heart tears it up. So on your deathbed, either morphine overdoses you, your heart overdoses your heart and tears it up, or the pain convulsions use the brain's oxygen until its ability to beat, the heart dies. So you got two ways going at the end of your life. And this is why you should never use any kind of like morphine or any kind of painkiller like that. Because you're gonna need it at the end of your life so that the doctors know what they're doing and don't overdose you. And so that your heart is strong, Because you want to make sure that they're on the dying route so that you don't overdose. Or so that the pain convulsions that you naturally get, even if you're not conscious, don't asphyxiate your brain until your ability to beat the heart dies. That's the only way you're going on that hospital bed, is either being murdered or accidentally dying by morphine, or committing suicide through morphine, or the natural way, which is where the pain convulsions, like the muscle contractions that happen unconsciously from the pain, end up burning up all your brain's oxygen until it can't beat the heart. Because they can throw you on the oxygen machine and have your lungs going. But once that heart goes, that's it. You ain't gonna be able to. You can only get so many shots in before you're done. But you got that oxygen machine, you go for a long time, pumping air in your system. It's just like pumping. There's a lot about it I don't know, but that's what it is right there. People trying to say there's other things and stop working. There's really not. You can literally decapitate yourself, except for the part that makes your heart work, and you'd be good to go. As long as you got all of the stuff, pumping the stuff, making the stuff work. Theoretically, that's all you need. It's just like your heart beating. I don't know. Sounds right. Maybe not to that extent, but it sounds right. Oh yeah, the sound of the news shows. This is kind of fascinating here. The sound of the news shows is criminals watching to see if they are caught. So, on the news shows, they got this like high-pitched like screech. It's almost like something bad. And you don't even know, there's no way really to tell the difference between a news show and regular TV. Right? Like, how do you know it's not just like there's a sound in it that you know that sound is like criminals watching to see if they're caught. I don't know, it's a theory I got. And it's pretty accurate. See if you notice the same thing. It's kind of fascinating. And it's also, people are thinking it it's also the sound of victims looking to see if the criminals are caught. Not so much. I don't think it's so much that. As much as criminals watching to see if they've been caught yet. There's a lot more criminals watching. It's got this very devious sound.
It's really fun. It just sounds so deep and small. And it's just like a dialogue talking, you know. Like this background, the voice. It's like watching a horror movie. Repositionable archetype frames mention to sound to use instructions for lyrics. Layering points of sound to create visuals from wearing 4 earbuds. Album composed of other albums, magnification of each song to create an album each. Words composed of words, sped up and slowed down. You can hear 3 voices at once, also. Mechanism of light built with screen and heat, a lens of heat created that creates another lens. Clear AR visor on hoodie hat, bills, reflecting cell phones, with 4 earbuds also create visuals. Painting on food live, turning a bar into an escape room with the 360 YouTube videos being keys to be able to escape and unlock codes for the escape room. 3D WebGL/AR, 6 levels, play at the same time, activating lucid dreams as monitor. The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once for this choose your own adventure. Quantum Eraser Experiment U.S. Intelligence Collaboration at Fusion includes dream machine, an example of dream machines. So you'll be able to use a dream machine as like an element of the U.S. Intelligence Collaboration at Fusion Quantum Eraser Experiment, rewriting starlight waves to particles without time to the source. Which also I'm going to add in the next level of build that allows you to travel to the next horizon and return forcing to 85 throughout time. The work also translates arts music, and I might add the ability for dogs to speak as part of the level. Interactive translation guide multiplying first reproduction of good immortalization. Tesla line drive jumping app that helps us stay awake constructing lucid dreams as monitoring. Components that externalize your mind's consciousness build before your mind dies. I was just telling myself that's not so good. But yeah, I gotta, really put that out and put some that. Besides like flowering stuff, storage for things. I don't want that much. Recently figured out how to scan images by sketch. Translate those images into YouTube. So, like previously sketched items, not live sketch. So previously sketched items can be turned into music by chopping up the grid, condensing those grids to points, and then feed that into the photo read to nodes. So you take a sketch, you form it into, you chop it up in a grid, and then you form those to points, and then you layer those over musical notation, and then you read it into the sight read program. So you scan imaging, and then you use MURDA, and then you scan the, use like MURDA office automation, like office auto stuff, to scan to form it to musical notation, and then you scan music. That's the algorithm for this album. It's God. So this is the level of allows you to control how long I'm on fire. The mechanism allows you to control how long I'm on fire. And you actually get to like strategize for yourself your own space broadcast by arranging, dragging and dropping items. It's like cell phone tower, cell phones and things. This also describes the fatal export to Antarctica route. But it's all like that. This is the mechanism for it. So, and the experience is Google Earth View. Whiskey strut magnets activating landscape. Just set. On the bottom of the whiskey shot glasses are magnets. And the chessboard is actually a clear chessboard. And it sits on top of a surrealistic landscape. And the chessboard squares can be used with the magnets to put them at different levels. So it kind of like gives your opponent like, oh, I think the square with the magnet. You activate the landscape underneath it and different things. It's a very Dungeons and Dragons kind of thing. They don't really do this though. It's very kind of plain and straightforward. They don't really have too much like a magnet activation. Like it's Mountcraft or something. But this is the way I think that people be really interested in a escape room or some kind of thing. It really maximizes the experience of the show even more. Also, I like this as a purchase like they use export to Antarctica. I like this as the thing that you get for what you purchase. You know, so you pay $500 for the export of yourself to Antarctica. And you get this chess set. Like, it's, you know, this chess set is also it's also like what you're using to go to Antarctica makes it tough on you to get out of it. It's not really death. It's not death. When you pass your boat, show people around the block. You don't need to, you know, like these refrigerators going all the time. Why do you use them? You know, it's an insane amount of use for the refrigerator. And that's why I think Antarctica is what it is. You want to use the refrigerator. So, there's like a good way also to get folks interested is DNA info time information time capsules for Antarctica. So you have DNA samples and information samples, you know, like Lansing, and take that to Antarctica to be preserved. And I like the idea of the route to Antarctica to be like a
race RC to Antarctica. Send the D-Day of the capsule to Antarctica with drones, which will surge interest for Russia and China. I kind of like that play, you know, race RC to Antarctica. It's like we're racing Russia and China to Antarctica. Because it's going to be used, and we need to be the ones who are there to settle it first. There's a lot of things that we can control together, and a lot of things like ourselves, so why? Our brains stop firing, they can still be used. Our brains can still be used when they're not firing. Especially with modern technology. And especially if you use an instant freeze, you'll instantly preserve the brain. You know, it's just, it's obscene. It's seriously crazy. And then when people get closer, like, to the death, you know, I'm theorizing lately that the consciousness of the prefrontal cortex can be removed on. I'll just start this stuff later. But when you're about to go, and you still have consciousness in the frontal cortex, that consciousness house can be used and built upon to have a set of consciousness in that you can make sure it's an exact copy of what you have going on already. And then you can, this is like a neural interface is what they call. They've been using it lately. Anyway. In the Arctic, polar bears are a problem. And wolves are a problem. So you gotta have protection with it. And the cheapest protection for that is just to use a 12 gauge with brass shells, where you fill the shell full of powder. You use a spacer, and you put a slug in it, and then you just space it out. It's like an oven gun. It's like a homemade oven gun. And that's the only way to take down a polar bear, or, you know, not necessarily a wolf, but that's the only way to take down a polar bear in that kind of camouflage, because they have perfectly white coats, and you can't see in front of your face. You can't see the hands in front of your face. So if polar bear's up on you, a little pistol ain't gonna do nothing. You know, you're not gonna be able to stop them with a little pistol. Like, or even a big, you know, the only thing you can do is like have a chance to sawed off 12 gauge with like an elephant round in there. The only way to get an elephant round is shoot forward. The only way to have the forward elephant round is 12 gauge brass shell. From what I can see, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, but I did a little bit of research, and that seems like that's the only way to stop a polar bear when it's up on you. Bring that in distance, because they keep coming at you. Like, nothing puts them down. They ain't gonna be run away. Like, they just get angry. Especially if they're hungry like the polar bears are. It's an issue. Peace symbol continuously painted around the earth with aluminum from, you can use aluminum powder that emanates from time capsules dispersed, or it can actually be aluminum that algae consumes and passes through the water. Because algae consumes the aluminum. It really likes aluminum for some reason. And so, you can continuously paint a line around the United States, a line around the Earth with an aluminum algae, with aluminum as your color. And you can extend the line with time capsules that you drop into the ocean along that path, being closer. I'm not saying the line will be continuously sustained to form a piece of it, but the act of painting it will happen. And there are ways to do that. Like, you could disperse a bunch, but then by the time you complete the path, it would be so obscured by, it'd be so obscured to be able to do. So I guess that's
Right? Well, you wouldn't be able to completely form a piece from that without using drones. It would just be really expensive to do that. But if we already had this drone race going on, it might be a feasible thing. So it is possible to do that. And that would be something that by racing Russia and China to Antarctica to create a peace. Well, I mean, technically it could be, to create immortality, to really externalize minds and offer it to everybody. And no one has to die anymore. And all of a sudden, we're all just like infants, in the face of this thing. And that could create a world peace. Anyway, we gotta be Russia and China and Antarctica. Which is all there is to it. Universe travel guide. Mechanism of the level is space-like quantum racer build zone with mind lucid dreaming sent as mist. So with the quantum racer experiment focused on starlight, we're able to arrive before scent to anywhere thought and any thought throughout time. So that's heavy. One thing about it is that there are no parallel universes created. So those only exist in our mind as like a deja vu, because it kind of has resilience because of I think because of the bending of the light in our minds is so heavy. So much bending going on in our brain's perception that it has resilience. And it's not very good resilience because we barely recognize the difference. From what I can tell. So, the U.S. intelligence is first in this. It's first in time travel with the quantum racer experiment. And if you build really well and they approve of it, they might actualize it. They might actually let it happen. And it would be imperceivable, potentially it'd be imperceivable. Maybe they'll let you know, maybe not, whether you have success or not of it. Control experiment on the opposite side of the moon. Michael Collins is the first to be available for and to perform experimentation with the perfect control experiment when he got the information of the moon vibrations and disturbances with his isolation and uncontaminated Earth's vibrations now isolated. So he's the first to have the ability to conduct proper atom studies and things in perfect isolation of Earth and the moon. Theoretically, his work led to the creation of the most powerful weapon on Earth and vastly streamlined perception of the universe with X-rays, etc. And our use of the quantum racer experiment focused on starlight. So they had no idea what the moon's level was. Like the magnet, the electricity, the light, gravity, the atom behavior. All we had was only Earth. So Buzz and Neil were largely these types of experiments within are unable to perform those because of the levels that got contaminated. Though they were the ones who were able to conduct the experiments that created to measure the vibrations and interference with the atom experiments, etc. I bet if I look up Collins compared to Buzz, he was actually the first to walk on the moon because shoes are shoes, and the lander's shoes walk when he controlled the landing. Like, it didn't land, like, straight on all four. Like, it walked, and he walked it. Like, that's literally how it landed. Like, it's impossible for it to have just, like, sat on four. Like, it walked. And Neil was the first to have himself at that level of closeness to the moon. Anyway, I bet if you look up Collins compared to the rest of them, that he's probably going to have a stronger science background. I don't know, though. I'd have to check. Hashtag Dear Moon Project. So, there's this guy who's sending artists around the moon with Elon Musk. And my idea is to project onto ice crystals that form on the windows and fall off the spacecraft and whatnot. And by projecting onto the ice crystals, it burns images onto the ice crystals that are then flying out into space and flying onto the moon. And you can also potentially, well, I guess you can't really do that, it's kind of a distance. But by projecting your work onto the ice crystals, you know, you're really sending your work into outer space. You know, I guess that the only hope for the survival of it is the imprint of the projected onto the dust into the moon. Because once it hits the heat out of space in the sun, bright white, like it's bye-bye. You know, those things are gone. So that's a thing. So the goal of my invention here for the Dear Moon, the hashtag Dear Moon project, is to hit the moon with these ice crystals when it's on the dark side of the moon. So that the ice crystals, because I'm hoping that there's no burn-up of the ice crystals on re-entry into the moon surface, and that when they plummet or gently float to the surface of the moon, it leaves a nice imprint. I know they'll be super small, but you know, with the technology, maybe one day we'll be able to see them, you know. And theoretically, they're going to hit it, and they're going to be preserved if that's the way that ice floats to, if it floats gently to the surface, like snowflakes, then we got it. Space elevator model. Watered volcano soot aerodynamically filtered into lightning surplus zone. So there's two places on Earth that I found that have lightning surplus zones capable of creating space elevator. One is the Congo volcano. It has the right type of soot that can be created from the lava, and has a water source to create the soot with. The other is the Philippines. It doesn't have as much lightning though. And you need the lightning because that magnetizes the soot. They call it magnesia stones. Weather balloon platform, towing model rockets, launching cells to space. So we got a space elevator that we can build out of soot, and you could collect small particles into space with that. If you keep pumping this soot that's aerodynamically formed, like it's one of those maple trees with the winged seeds, just shoot them up into outer space, and you can charge it to go further into space, into the atmosphere, by a downdraft. So by falling, it activates the fan up into the sky. The falling soot powers the aerodynamic formed magnets into space. And then once you get, then those can be towed to where there's no atmosphere to escape the gravity of Earth. So it tows within itself. The formation tows the object to the edge, and then is able to get further out. Through that. So that's a weather balloon platform towing all the rockets, launching space. So people are often building $5,000 model rockets, right? And they launch them into space. They don't actually get to space yet. Maybe they made it by now. It's called the Rocket Maverick. But the weather balloon platform can be created. So you can tow, you wouldn't have to spend $5,000 on a rocket, I don't even think. And you could get into outer space with it. Because they don't take advantage of the ceiling height of weather balloons. So you get a whole bunch of weather balloons together to tow the model rocket to the furthest reaches. And once those weather balloons go, that activates the model rocket to launch into space. And you can send cell phones in outer space that way. All day, real cheap. All you need is some weather balloons. And I think you have to homemake those rockets anyway. But I guess at this point, they probably have mass-produced rockets. They're mass-produced model rockets you can use. You can send it right into outer space. I really don't know. But I know that that's quite a bit of save of money. Is to use model rocket, is to use a platform of weather balloons. We can send all kinds of little creatures out there too with cell phones. You have little flies in space. You know, like little gnats with the cell phone.
continue to build increments by using alternative intelligence. If we want to work on it, or maybe that wouldn't work, maybe it has to be done. But I know there's still some light. That'd be really cool if, like, on the ride, if you had a whole map plugged in town, then you had shifts. People passing by on the Tesla oil bicycles end up powering all the electricity. People working inside the building. That's kind of fascinating. Maybe the animals in electricity. These animals on bicycles. Animals on bicycles. Batteries. Rides around in space, something, Internalize mind, then explore a new horizon, then return to force information, using God and defense which neutralizes all Externalize mind by taking 4 areas of the brain out of the consciousness to a mechanism composed of light, then use the quantum eraser experiment to see the mechanism by rewriting solid waves, particles, forward that is a new observer frame 18 billion years in the past at edge out of the universe that then rearranges light, streamlining the information flow, fanning the information shields. Explore the new horizon information about isolating people and the location of the observer at the edge of that observable universe. Then, return to force info to the God omnipotence, which neutralizes all evil. Use the firing synapse level to externalize consciousness. Then use the mechanism of light orbit level to upload your consciousness to a cell phone. Then use the universal time travel, use the universal travel level to scan the next horizon for the observer and map out all evil first and locate the new observer. Then return force with the time travel level to the present info God needs to gain omnipotence to neutralize all of them. So this is me Hospital Bay. Now it's Death Bay. Dream sequence. Monitor. The mechanism of levels are controlled by in the office. Usually RF shooting. I think I can get a lot of foods. If the office completely close out the office. Completely shielded. I think do that is the tapping would be to communicate. We're not like tapping is like a bind, and you can use it to activate packages of information. But yeah, I think that's probably the best thing. Sleep in the copper box, work in the copper box. I don't know, I'd like to try copper pipes, you know. I think they're alloy, that's why they're cheaper, but that might work. Not certain though. Plates are expensive. So, the drastic price change between a whole pipe and a plate makes me think that the pipes are not actually 100% copper. I don't know if that makes a difference though. Elongated clear plastic revolving door with magnets cutting internal wires of technologies by bending them at right angles. So I've had this idea for a very nice entrance to a building. I've actually built it out like in a show and things, like composed out of people instead of actual magnets. This is a very intricate project. Very intricate project that allows the animation actually to perform through the panels, because it'll have several panels that change transparency as you're going through it, and that creates an animation with the changing of the door at the end. So a regular spinning door is like circle. So this is elongated, so it's an oval, like at the carousel baggage claim. Except that would be like entrance to the place. This would be a really good security measure because you can use it to cut. You can use it with magnets to cut internal wires of technology by bending them at right angles. So say someone has like a hidden mic on them or something, and they're not on camera. Run them through the revolving door a few times, and it bends the cords inside those microphones and cameras at right angles. It's kind of like when you don't have a pair of scissors to cut wire with, or wire clippers, you bend it back and forth a million times at right angles, it cuts the wire. So that would be the same technology that would do that. But you don't call that technology, but I guess it is now, right? So. Used to fly a cell phone inside an animal. It's already, animal rights is like a thing you know about. It's already going to be a deceased animal. I'm not talking about torturing animals. Like an animal that I'm going to eat, you know, like a deer or a cow or something. Humans can handle up to 5 tasers at once. 5 tasers. And a cell phone, if you get hit at the right angle by a taser, it's done for. It's gotta get hit at the right angle, or it won't do anything to it. Gotta get hit at the side. If you hit the face or the back, it's not gonna fly. So, I'm wondering if you hit the face with 5 different tasers, or the back of it with 5 different tasers, no matter if you're hitting it at the right place, if it will fly. I'd really like to know is if you hit a cell phone that's actually inside of an animal with 5 tasers, does that disable the cell phone? That's very important for also for security. Magnet sculpture, levitating motion containing external mind structures. Evolving symbol set, spectral signals, spectrums, scripts. So, a gimmicky sculpture with levitating motions that contains the script of your externalized mind. And the portfolio's algorithms for productivity. And what composes you as your spectral signal spectrum. So also, it can be a spectral signal spectrum light. You shine a light on it, and it creates like a holographic kind of thing. So, it's a magnetic sculpture, so it has like levitating motions. And then it contains scripts with the writing. So like the images that you purchase are composed of your script that is your externalized mind. So like the code of anger consciousness algorithm is like within this piece of paper. Because, I mean, it's just binary that we're dealing with when you externalize your mind. So, that means you'll be able to copy that consciousness into a binary form and then use that as, like you see on dollar bills and stuff now, where it is like an engraving where it looks like it's made of cursive writing. So in this form, it will actually be writing. A bunch of ones and zeros. Or something more advanced. And actual writing. And it'll have directions for what you are doing, you know, with your consciousness, and how to preserve your body and your brain. And so this is just like push the limits of what a still image is and can do, with just like a little more gimmick added to it. So you add a magnet to it. And it's really interesting, like, the niceness of like these little things that have magnets and how they float. The original idea is to create like an all-seeing eye that like a pyramid with the all-seeing eye, like a Freemason-based thing, but it doesn't have to be confined to that sculpture. LCD screen with several layers, imitating texture and avoiding glare. So a screen that's thicker than a normal screen has several layers, so they can, it's like the perfect kind of camouflage, you know? Where, like, when light hits it, and when you perceive it, it, like, doesn't act like a normal screen. So, like, it counters any kind of glare that would happen as a matte finish. And, a depth. So you get layers of textures, not just a single layer for, like, just camouflage. Spinning, strobe, animation, sculpture suit, painting, spinning, fluid strobe, sculpture. So, if you have a sculpture that spins, they have examples of this on YouTube and the history of motion pictures in New York. You can hit it with a strobe light, and it creates an animation. And so, we need a sculpture. We need sculptures surrounding a suit that is also spinning. So, like, every limb and every, everything that it's in contact with. So, like, brushes that are spinning also with strobe, activated by strobe light. You see the animation. It's very fascinating. Food that's spinning that you paint. And the suit itself can be food that you eat. So a spinning strobe animation sculpture suit. And then with that suit on, start painting spinning food strobe sculptures. And the strobe lights, So if the flickers, if you get the timing right, it creates the animation. So if it spins at the right speed and the flickering of the strobe is at the right that same suit can be used to charge batteries with every action. And you could actually like strip it up in sculpture and just walk around and charge batteries all day. Have different levers and ropes, pulleys like on a small scale, where every action collects the energy. Turns like small alternator, small alternators to charge batteries. Kind of assumption we're talking about already. I think that would be mass scale. We don't really learn enough for all the time. And I'm surprised they can jobs and things not as good. There's a lot here. Collect. Use. Raw waste. Systems, but not anything. I guess, you don't need one projector for like, for all three layers. You just gotta aim the projector right. Another thing got here is female-shaped microphones. That's an important innovation that we have to see, especially with today's climate. And very, very tough on stage. But even recording right now, very close to this. Very important for people on stage to have males on stage to have female-shaped microphones. A lot of flack is given. A lot of masculinity is taken from us by not having those on stage, and no one will do it. They're afraid, I guess. Very sad. Audiences tear people up on stage because of it. So, it doesn't have to be graphic or anything. Just instead of a male-shaped microphone, you can even have a male-shaped microphone inside of a house, inside of a sculpture that is a female shape. I think that's quite important for people. But they're just not doing it, you know? And if you combine it with the projector ideas, the hologram ideas, it'd be quite nice. I think it would be quite a good change for people. Comfort level, mechanism of light guide. So this is like spectral signal spectrum, like light guide, where like a mechanism composed of lenses of heat instead of lenses of glass, plastic, or water, focusing light to form other lenses fueled by light. So a mechanism completely composed of light. The mechanism of this level are security sleep sensors. So while you're using lucid dreams to monitor, you have security sensors of your sleeping position and whatever else you can think of. You know, it's really important with augmented reality advancements that like we use this to protect ourselves while we sleep, because we can like seriously injure ourselves in our sleep. It's happened to me. I've gotten seriously injured in my sleep. Waterfall, water bottle. Always wake up at the beach. It's solved. So you got waterfall. A waterfall inside a water bottle. Right next to your face when you're sleeping. You know, you got a water cup next to your bed. It's gonna be a waterfall. And the mechanism that gets it going is, you know, you can use a wind, you know, like a little windmill that pumps the water. So it spins. So this little windmill on top of the water creates this waterfall within it, and it has like a package design that uses refraction of light. That the package design is you're at the beach or at a waterfall. So it'll cure that like craving that we always have to wake up at the beach. So all you can do is just like wake up and you look to the side and there it is, this nice waterfall. I mean, what is it really on the beach? You know, you just see this thing. Why not just have it right there beside you all the time? It should cure it. Refraction of light in the bottle design at sunset and at sunrise. You can catch light through the bottle and capture it in the liquid. It's obviously not going to be able to be clear. It's going to have to be like a blue already, because it wouldn't be very oceany if it was clear. You know, it just wouldn't seem accurate. Anyway, you can make puppets with the labeling, channeling the light to get captured into the blue liquid or green liquid, whatever you want to use. And you can create like a puppet that you can dance around in wild action. And it's not been used in olive drinks. That's a really good idea. It's not expensive. So it's all on me right up in there. I guess you would have to like show how to turn the bottle cap into a windmill, though, right? Like you'd have to have it's all right there. Maybe you'd have to add a little bit to get the windmill to work right. Like a little fan or something. Freeze-dried lobster concentrate. So like lobster flavoring. There's a lot of lobster that doesn't get used when you're like, you go to one of those lobster places, that serves like lobster sandwich. That's a lot of lobster that didn't get used. That's really good flavoring. But the idea is you concentrate on the lobster. It's easy to eat. It's kind of strange. It's not a thing. Edible cobalt magnet powder floats. A chewing gum that floats in a magnetic box. B12 is cobalt. Cobalt is B12. And that floats. So I like the idea of a energy drink gum that can actually, the packaging is a magnet and it actually floats. So like you open this box and chewing gum is just floating in there like some sort of space food, some sort of crazy thing. Be kind of cool. I think people would be really into that. Garden of Eden wine, vine splices, apple grafts, and olives. Congo permafrost ancient Egypt research space elevator. So, the original wine vine and apple graft, olives, still around. Now, wine, the oldest wine that they found is like north of Mesopotamia. And so that would be a place to go. And you got this one country that has something like 200 different varieties, like significantly more than other countries. So that's going to be the place that has the original wine vine probably. And I bet you could probably chart it. I don't know, I think that would be a place to go. Apples though, I don't really know. People change what like apples and stuff. But I'd like to know the original apple craft, because it started somewhere. Maybe that ain't starting to eat apples. Maybe it is, I don't know. But that'd be nice to have. Also, olives. You can track the original olive tree. Because they've been splicing that, throwing that on its own. So you can find the source of the original one. I'd like to find that. Also, in that research, might as well search the Congo permafrost sites on and research space elevator components and the permafrost on the mountains there, because it's a volcano also now. It has everything you need. So, have to start the space elevator with components from space first. But you can do it. You can create a space elevator and with its momentum being shot up there, if you keep it sustained enough, it will, with these being so light, we'll be able to propel the aerodynamics into outer space. Sites that are on the system we're creating a matrix like Indiana Jones inside the hieroglyphics. So there's going to be leads to where these sites are in that permafrost. They're so obsessed with like preserving things that they would have used the permafrost in the ancient Egypt in the Congo Mountains. So, if you matrix out these walls of hieroglyphics, it took generations to create one wall. Several generations. So, in that amount of time of innovation, father to son, you know, maybe they threw some daughters in there too, but usually they use males in that society, from what I understand. They would have serious innovations made over that time. So in that, they're not going to be working with a two-dimensional surface anymore. They're going to be thinking three-dimensional, and if they're working with hiding things, they're going to be hiding the map within a matrix of information. And it's already a matrix form. So that's how you find the all kinds of things, is to matrix out the hieroglyphics. So one wall, like a three-dimensional space, like layering of the imagery, evolution from one form to the next, and from that form on that wall, like all four walls, ceiling, form like the exact hieroglyphics that, like, you're gonna see that being, and I don't think that and that's a way to find things in each of them. Because for people like us, there's no way we can sit there and stare at a wall our whole lives and not think in three-dimensional. Like, we're painting three-dimensional things, and then we're going to end up wanting to build them three-dimensionally over, if not one generation, easily like our second generation. Venison, adrenal glands. Venison, adrenal glands. So, venison already has, I've been eating a lot of venison lately, it already has a lot of adrenaline in it, and it's noticeable compared with the amount of energy we have. So, you know, with venison being so empowering, like running compared to a cow, I think beef jerky made out of the adrenaline gland is a good idea. Only problem with that is preparing it pretty difficult, because it sits right on the kidneys. So, you really got a chance of it tasting pretty awful. So, they have to be prepared right. But electrolytes poured into capsules so it isn't on the breath. So alcoholics have a lot of problems. So, like they have to have alcohol or they have problems, like health problems. So shaking, get ill. And they're not allowed to drink and work when they get fired. So the way to help them out is to have like gel capsules, but instead there's alcohol inside the capsule, so that it's not on their breath and they're not going through withdrawal symptoms too. It's a good way to keep people normal, keep people safe, while people at work who have an alcohol problem. Alcohol, from what I understand, can be used to conquer cigarettes. Like if you're not a drinker and you start drinking heavily and just stop smoking, then you can conquer cigarettes. Like that's what I've heard. I don't know. I've never tried that. Sterilized mind by stimulating 4 areas of the brain, housing consciousness, so that eyes, nose, and lights, and use this mind research and memory. That is a new observer lens, 18 billion years in the past at the edge of our observable universe, and it led them rearranges light, streamlining the information flow.
Cube sound test.
Synapse level to externalize consciousness. Then use the mechanism of light carpet level to upload your consciousness to new laws. Universal time travel uses universal travel level to scan the next horizon. The observer and map out
painting, sketching, making music, and to interact with lucid dreams as a monitor when waking. Heaven, Hell, and Earth has chosen to digitize his consciousness, searching cell zones with interest in space, using the U.S. as a canvas, moralizing existence, uniting us against death. Choose $500 Antarctica exoskeletons mounted with digitized consciousnesses versus cremation. On Nicholas Sodium Bloom. Nicholas Sodium Bloom was
Major planets out windows, etch moon, and dust freeze. Nicholas Sodium Bloom tortured since 2012.
Nick Waking Scale, productivity-wise, space-time travel. 1730, 830, 1940, Lake Georgia, moments from Operation Fuselage tests of 2 nukes in Nevada. Highlighting me is the last train spark from full fine kernel to drone program. Currently seeking your opportunities. Currently I focus my designs on interactive translation by multiplying diversified production of innovation information. Since 2007, I've been strategizing safe ways, interest us in immortalizing existence with Antarctica immigration and space transmissions. Radio frequency shielding, lucid dreams used as a monitor, and an app that allows all to actually defend Earth called US Intelligence Collaboration App Fusion. That allows all to actually defend Earth with SNS. That and my 2011 to 2015 security work at the World Trade Center complex floods me with 1 million views a day that get clipped and
Starlight base, moralizing people with an external electrode app. Addition to lucid dreams used as a monitor, also known as a recruiting app. The Air Force, called US Intelligence Collaboration App Fusion, when it's combined with starlight time travel and sculpture mechanisms. It's a perfect NFT video game for the Air Force/Airman cryptocurrency that is so far called the Simba chain, and then you host Stellar Coin on it to build this NFT video game after. Okay, the perfect Air Force run crypto, I have to find the NFT for that crypto, then throw the use of interactive NFTs like in async art into the lucid dream used as a monitor. So I'll have to take the limited interactivity of NFT and apply that information to the lucid dreams used as a monitor on a separate site at least, if we are unable to expand the NFT's interactivity on the Simba chain. So there's definitely an airman crypto in the same way the Air Force now buys stuff from companies like Boeing and SpaceX instead of making their own airplanes. You know, that's what they do. They get them from another company. So well, I guess they go their own stuff too, but it's a good idea that the game allow you to. There is Air Force crypto mining, so the CPU power of your computer is used to mine if you want, or it's doing that automatically. You know, it's kind of like the only way to legitimize NFTs is to plug them into apps/tools to create new fighter technology. So yeah, I definitely know there's an Air Force cryptocurrency or an airman's cryptocurrency. Something that's safe, you know, because Air Force dates back to the beginning of it, and I really like the idea of creating something for this to try to correct the system that's going on that is often being used to launder money for bad guys. It's kind of awful, you know, as an artist, you make a piece of artwork, and then a bad guy buys it, launders their money with it, you get 10% or less of that money, and you know exactly where you're at when they come in. You know, that guy's gonna get his money, you know? Anyway, if you can find the perfect one for it, it's a really good idea, because it's a type of gambling that you don't lose money at. Like you just lose access to your money, and then you get charged a fee to get it back. I don't know. Maybe it's an idea. It's like because you're using your power to build your money and solve problems used to build Air Force technology. I don't know. I think it's the perfect way to do it. And I like combining it with using lucid dreams as a monitor because you'll be mining when you're asleep. Something that looks like the Matrix actualized. You know? So like when you're asleep, you can be plugged into any system, any technology system, and your creativity, which is seriously efficiently created, is like you're with yourself, you know? Like compared to what it really takes to get that done. And that is used to solve problems. So yeah. And then not only are you solving the problems that build the Air Force technology, but you're also experimenting with the Foundation and earning more chances at having a better immortalization of your consciousness and digitization of your consciousness. You also get to participate in the defending of Earth. Literally, you get to defend Earth because the natural and basic quantum eraser experiments that allow you to sculpt with starlight, that allow this time travel to time travel your sculptures and your mechanisms throughout time to the source of that light and allows you to travel anywhere you want to go in universal moves. So at the basic level, we're able to create defensive systems of starlight structures and possibly earn actualization by U.S. intelligence to build, to have that stuff actualized, like the time, the adjustments to the timeline, you know, defensive structure of starlight built that neutralize, you know, like asteroids and things like that. Yeah. So, also, you can use this to predict, like, one idea that is perfect that I'm building out is the prediction of the success of the work. You know? So to do that, you can predict what the Webb Space Telescope is going to see using lucid dreams as a monitor and quantum eraser experiments that are natural that will hopefully gain permission to be able to see into the future, which also, you know, the method, once you visualize what lucid dreams monitor, and you wake up and you sketch them 10 times, there's this thing, like creating 10 sketches and describing what you saw, you know, doing that 10 times kind of limits, like increases your odds of actually accidentally predicting what you're going to see, because the world's kind of, you know, I have a system that I've broken down the world around us into like 25 symbols, you know, that really characterize the world around us. So we're talking about a combination of 25 symbols like 10 times, you know. Anyway, it just seems like it's easy to accidentally land on it. But then, you know, that's kind of good fuel. Anyway, that's something I'm going to use to prove the value of the medium of sculpting starlight, which has already been proven scientifically. So I just want to take it to another level. It's a pretty good idea. And so that's also the way that you can actually defend Earth on your own without being in the service, which I find fascinating. And this is another way to add to that as well. Anyway, the reason to use, right now that I asked myself the question of where's the appropriate medium to apply this new genre art and start building in, the reason to use Simba Chain is because that's Air Force, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that's Army also involved in it, but the Army hasn't put their official thing on there. They put DARPA on there, which I think DARPA is Army, but that is the cryptocurrency blockchain, and that is like the guts of cryptocurrency. Like that is like its house. And then the cryptocurrency that I found that was most legit, possibly, is the Stellar coin, which is made by and invented by an American. So that's good, you know. But he's not an airman, you know. He's not a soldier. So you know, I'm still on the search for the proper coin. And maybe you don't need a coin. Maybe the Simba Chain is enough on its own. And that's kind of what those NFTs do on their own anyway. It's kind of like it's its own crypto coin, from what I understand. The NFTs, so they are like it's a piece of artwork that you pay a small fee to have it on the internet, you know, like $1. Maybe it's up to $5 or something, and then somebody buys it, and then it goes on this 10% paying you back, and paying you 10% of the time someone purchases it from them. We kind of, you know, so NFTs allow artists, new media artists like myself, who've always been thinking about and trying to create their own currency to finally create their own currencies, but there isn't. It's not very clear that most platforms that allow you to do that can be used by bad guys, and then they have all your information because your info is stamped into your artwork, and then they track you down and stuff like that with the money. So there's not even a tracking down that goes on. Like they will already be up on you and take care of it that way. It's not gonna be a tracking down. They're not dumb like that. They're not gonna just randomly give you money to go look for you. So it can happen really fast. Like you upload a piece of artwork, and then instantly, you know, some guys that were already up on you swarm you. The same guys that kind of inspired you to do it in the first place. I don't know, I mean, it's feasible. Something to look out for. But, yeah. So, it's the reason why. I think it's still a good thing, though, if you can figure out how to do it safely, like, with at least Americans. But even if you do it with Americans, it doesn't mean you're not doing it with drug dealers in America, you know? And I haven't really seen a reason to use a cryptocurrency until now. People are talking about artwork. You know, that's the only thing that I've seen is artwork, and then the artwork is a key. It's a system that already exists. It's just a more secure system for video games. and apps and things like that. So yeah, it's a really good system, and it's finally realized. Before it was straight up, all cryptocurrency was, the only use of it was housing money for people they don't want the bank to know they have the money, you know, and people who like the idea of cryptocurrency. And so now it's the way to go for the future, like assigning rights to artwork that is a video game component, or a app component, or a tool component. For example, the Lucid Dreams uses a monitor, so literally you use Lucid Dreams when you wake up in the morning, you fall back asleep, you use Lucid Dreams as a monitor. And so the NFT that you would add to it would be any component of that Lucid Dream. So it could be your character, for example, or the ability to create a character, or it could be the landscape, it could be the controls that you use to participate in the Lucid Dream. So that's really fascinating, you know? And so while you're computing this stuff with your mind, like you're visualizing this stuff in your mind, not only are you guarding your injuries and your sleeping position, sleeping, your mental power that you're using, and you use to solve your mind for the Air Force service. So you'll be able to give your computing power of your own mind and your computer that you're not using to the Air Force to use to build new fighter technology, for example. I really like how it also allows you to participate in defending Earth without being in the service. It's not like eventually it will lead to everybody is automatically in the service and defending Earth, which I hope it's like that already. It's not on the wrap, so it doesn't really rain melt everybody. I mean, it's potentially it's like that already. So that'd be really cool. So the externalized electrode app that you would, like the externalized electrode you plug into your phone, as an addition to the Lucid Dreams uses a monitor, that allow your brain to be scanned while it's like encouraging the use of your brain scans as a controller and extra computing power, and will lead you to having your consciousness infomorph outside of the brain, so that when your brain dies, your consciousness does not die. You lose a portion of consciousness, which is, in fact, and it's not publicly talked about too much, really at all, is a complementary thing that you get when you join the service. So you can also inherit it if you're trained since birth by service. But don't get hung up on that, because that's not necessarily guaranteed. There's all kinds of levels of hierarchies to which computing power is helpful. And yeah, so definitely join the service so that you can have consciousness externalization / digitization. Because, you know, nobody wants to die. And if you're good, you could also get on board with some really advanced like time travel experiments, working with time, really fast simulations. So that would be cool. So security-wise, Ethercoin is not okay. It was invented by a Russian, so that's not very trustworthy. You know, when we're talking about trying to make things as secure as possible for an American, it's probably not a good thing to go with. Even though the British went in there with them after it was invented, it's still not a good idea. And from what I understand, and from what I saw, all the hosting sites for the NFT, the creating sites for the NFTs, are all using Ethercoin, which is, I don't even know if that's how you say it, but that's not good. And yeah, none of them seem to be using the Stellar coin, which is the American guy. So, and the Stellar coin, if you saw that terminology, that would mean that it would have a chance of being hosted on the Simba chain, the Simba chain blockchain, which it has heavy Army and Air Force connections ties. So that would be good. But I haven't seen that yet. I'm still looking through it. I learned about it a few days ago. I heard about it a long time ago and never really thought much about it. But now I kind of like the idea of trying to figure out a way to archive. I'm really into archival artwork, you know, and I'm into, you know, what audiences like to be at, you know, like I think that's kind of cool. That's an audience. That's an audience. Air Force is the real audience. Air Force supercomputer is the real audience. And this adds power to the Air Force supercomputer. That's really cool. this idea. That's neat. So I know it's got to exist. There's got to be an Air Force crypto coin. But it might be illegal. It might be illegal for the Air Force to have a crypto coin. I don't. Maybe it's not. I guess it would depend on how it's done. And hopefully I can design it in a way, if it doesn't already exist, it really helps out. One cool aspect of cryptocurrency, NFTs, is that you have the option to clone it. And they kind of have an expiration on them to where they run themselves, because unless you're doing it with the Air Force One, it'll eventually probably go to zero value, like kamikaze or something. I think that's kind of interesting, because I always like to see, I don't like to destroy my artwork, but I like to see my artwork. I like to experience that too. I think so much of it, seeing it being destroyed, I let you know about how I go about making it. Really ties you to it, like when you're making it, like, oh, this is not going to exist in the future. Let's enjoy this, Kind of like how time passes, this moment's going to be over soon. Just enjoy it. Anyway, money isn't really real anymore. It's just technology. And technology is such a level that it's kind of like whatever you can do to lessen the amount of torture and pain. For example, you could literally be a homeless, legless, harmless guy. Lucid dreams used as a monitor, coupled with conditioning. Can knock you out at any moment so that you're in heaven on earth. And then you have digitization of consciousness. Eventually, so, you're gonna be, hopefully. I'm still mounted by a cell phone. It constantly scans your brain. Sustains that. And you also be able to travel here virtually also. What I like to imagine, that's like drones, with like holograms, so you can interact with you. But then you also are able to experience everything around the digital world. And maybe you can build robots, But I don't think, I like that idea. Sensors for I guess experience that. But if the same sensors as a hologram, just probably. I don't think you have to be a robot, you just be a hologram. Which is basically just a lot of times an inflatable piece of plastic that you have sensors set up on. So it's probably the same. Yeah, so I'm thinking definitely the hologram is the same as a robot. Hologram sensors, cameras, viewing what happens. Which would be a good thing to kind of stress, I think, now and in the future, to prevent what is probably going on, incredibly mind carrying. Like, we're carrying other people's consciousnesses to gain control of our brain's consciousness. No, it's our brain space, our brain space. And we power their consciousnesses against our will. Kind of interesting. Anyway, hopefully I'm able to get the Air Force Simba chain, blockchain collaboration going for my idea. That'd be really cool. And the way Solar goes, it's built already. I talked to my friends about trying to make another group art show with it, so that would be cool. But the fact is, at that stage, unless it's marketed properly, it won't have the attention that the other ones do. And I'm pretty certain that all that money that's being used, all that is, a lot of it is not legit. And yeah, so something you got to worry about. Use intelligence collaboration at Fusion where all can actually defend Earth. Test proving works of quantum research experiment focused on starlight sculpting, what lucid dreams as a monitor show. Allows starlight matrix sculptures to work by predicting future LED telescope images. 8 to 11 hour album, full night sleep, injury guard, innovative use of YouTube, where you can fall back to sleep with the dream machine with lucid dreams used as a monitor. Choose your own adventure. The painting a clear plastic box made from mobile live 360 streams. Unite against death puzzle solve codes for stages, escape rooms, including laughing comedy set for comedy clubs with song, augmented reality shirt, and a simplified version. Do your own project video, ice crystals forming with projector and printing them, or just laser pointer onto the ice crystals on the moon through the window. And maybe I'll put a filter over the laser pointer as like a projector. Test of new 3D Unity WebGL live abilities and interactive live stream that is unnecessarily housed fancily in a website, even though the interactivity stands alone in new tabs and windows. Audio illusions, including a test of sculpting the sound and alternative sensory perception with echolocation evolution of the sound test. Describe what you see with echolocation 10 times added to the Hubble telescope images sounds, which don't really exist. It's not easy to find sounds of what Hubble telescope is like. So I might skip over. Maybe I'll also add a YouTube version of my dogs speaking to that. Set album of the 8 to 11 hour album is one song that is the album. Then it is magnified into 10 songs that are made for live broadcast as the lucid dream instructions. After sketching the sleeping sculpting movements caused by the lucid dreams used as a model in the future web telescope images 10 times, and sketching each of the memories of the things seen and heard in the lucid dreams used as a model 10 times each. One of the images, each of the sets of the 10 will eerily be accurate to the new image / video that the web telescope will see, more than likely. Down. And that's because that's the way that images work. Down. When you really kind of narrow down the parameters, and then you repeat the down the things. Another thing is, you know, alternative sensory perception actually plays a part in this. And you know, who's to say where that is? You know, because you know there is time travel and things to that effect that have been proven to exist. So you know, it might have something to do with it. Anyway, it's a lot of fun to think about, and it's humorous. You know, but I guess it's funny how it's gonna nail it, and it's funny what it does to your mind about how it nails it. The visuals that are impossible to see wavelengths will eventually be represented with possible colors. You know, the optical illusion of flickering complementary colors, which causes your eye to view red through green cones, etc.
James Webb will see and describe it as sculpt. What Andrew Webb telescope is viewing through the darkest window above the Big Dipper. Describe what you see. Sculpt the busiest edges of the forms in the Hubble telescope's images where the James Webb telescope is zooming in. Describe what you see. Sculpt space light up. Sculpt space light right. Sculpt space light forward. Sculpt space light left.
What pigmentation and shape is it?
The enemy is not human. Is demon shit. To neutralize the enemy is good. It isn't bad like they often say as stepping on the grass is. The enemy is not human. The enemy is demon shit. To neutralize the enemy is good. It isn't bad like they often say as stepping on the grass is. Any kind of good or human/human appearance captured by the enemy that gets wasted by them, that they're trying to claim that you wasted, it's not you wasting them. It is them using good as a is the proper term, not killing the enemy because they're not human. Neutralizing the enemy is the proper term instead of killing the enemy because the enemy is not human. They aren't even the grass that you step on. Johnny Appleseed of Bushes for Bush in memory of isolation and inner monologue. It takes 5,000 individuals to perpetuate a species. So that means that most of the endangered species are literally extinct in a matter of time, unless science figures out a way to keep them going. The enemy is not human. The enemy is demon shit. To neutralize the enemy is good. It isn't bad like they often say as stepping on the grasses. Any kind of good or human/human appearance captured by the enemy that gets wasted by them, that they're trying to claim that you wasted. It's not you wasting them. It is them using good as a shield to waste more good. Neutralizing the enemy neutralize the enemy is good, it isn't bad, like they often say as stepping on the grass is. Any kind of good or human/human appearance captured by the enemy that gets wasted by them, that they're trying to claim that you wasted, it's not you wasting them. It is them using good as a shield to waste more good. Neutralizing the enemy is the proper term, not killing the enemy because they're not human. Neutralizing the enemy is the proper term instead of killing the enemy because the enemy is not human. They aren't even the grass that you step on. Johnny Appleseed of bushes for bush.
Fall back